some dope hip hop instrumentals. Hey Google, play some dope hip hop instrumentals.
Got it. Here's 11 hours of hip-hop instrumental beats, extremely balancing, powerful office background on YouTube Music.
Who that? Who that? What up? What up?
fucking goddamn fanboy. And there's no rest to your obsession, huh? Man, say you gonna dick ride regardless. It could be a bitch though. Could be a female. Sure enough act like one. So who is it, man? Faggot ass Ruben Q or shitbag wearing Stephen King? They're the only goofies I could think of that would fit the description. You and I both know you ain't gonna say, you ain't gonna text the answer up. But you and I both know I'm right. It's one of you fucking weirdos. You got your computer program or your El Delgado follow me the fuck around. But neither of y'all want no real smoke, so what the fuck you want? Let me see if I was mistaken. Nope, nothing said. Yeah, that's y'all bitch ass. What the fuck? It's 4 in the morning back in my town. Alright, where was I gonna go with this? shitbag. If that is you, you need to study the fucking DMV driver's license as much as you fucking dick ride and study me. Seriously, man. I've been telling you this for years. You still ain't did shit with your fucking life. Still smoking cigarettes? Probably burning one down now. Or trying to roll up with me as if we got some sort of fucking chemistry or some shit. And if I'm wrong, then it would be real good. And you need to study them streets and females. Stop studying me, nigga. I ain't got nothing but spit for your face, dude. You in that fat motherfucker. On anything. That nigga's gay as fuck. And last I checked, y'all both gotta find y'all female, man. I can't help you with that.
Hey yo, thank you, Ghost. Jada Pinkett. What's going down with those two, man? Blueface. What else we got over here, man? Offset, Birdman, and Snoop. Again, thanks for tuning in to Celeb Sauce. You're this first time to the channel, man. Be sure to hit that like button if you feel any part of the content. We definitely appreciate that. That notification bell's waiting for your tap, so go on and give it a tap. And that subscribe button's waiting for your subscription, man. So go on and touch that too. Yo. We got a lot of stories here, man. So I'm gonna try to slide. Ready? Check this out, man. The city girls are receiving backlash because they released the title of their new album. You wanna know what the title of the new album is called? It's called Rich Ass Whores. That's what it's called. Rich Ass Whores. I didn't make that up. That's what it's called. It's liked by Man People. Listen. The title of their album is called Rich Behind Whores. Can you believe this, man? It's like they just telling you right out the gate, this is what it is. We're not gonna miss no words about it. This is what we are. We are rich behind whores. Can someone give them the letter of what a whore is? You're like, nah, Celeb. They know exactly what a whore is, and they like it. Listen, man. Let me go to the comments, okay? One person said, women in this generation are cooked. A lot of women are like, that ain't us. Somebody else, King Grief said, women don't even hide it anymore. Yo, don't put it on all women. It's not all women that are, you know what I'm saying? Lord Adrian said, they are both in committed relationships. Yeah, it'd be hard like that. Somebody else said, somebody gotta be funny in this, because how all the top female rappers talking about the same degrading ish? That's what I'm saying. Somebody is behind this. You know what I'm saying? That's all I don't have to listen to much to this. Starship said, it's a direct attack on the moral fabric of the young black woman. If all you aspire to be is whores, you'll never be anything more than that. A clear trap. Yeah. Please, everyone know that this is a very obvious trap. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to entrap your children. They're trying to entrap your grandchildren with this foolishness. You know what I'm saying? Somebody else, Kevin said, if I ever have a daughter, she won't spend her days listening to Kirk Franklin. Somebody else said, black women are really finished. Somebody else said, the culture just keeps on plummeting. Damn, studs are the last of the respected women of our culture. But if I was to call them one, okay, look. First of all, studs are not the last. You know what I'm saying? Of the, you know what I mean? Like, let's not go there, okay? Here's the thing. I mean, they've been trying to get our daughters. You know what I mean? Like, they've been trying to get our daughters. They've been trying to get our sons, man. They've been, like, the industry has been doing this. And this is why you see all the nonsense that's promoted on the damn radio, man. The radio promotes it. They're trying to get the music into your children's head. You know what it is. You fall for the okie dokie. Let them know not to fall for the okie dokie as well. Because they want your kids, man. You know what I'm saying? Check this out, man. Look, a picture of Ari Fletcher has been floating around the internet for some strange reason. And it reminded me that, look, it reminded me of what I feel like I see plenty of times over. You know what I'm saying? We see dozens of pics like this, okay? We see, this is Glorilla before she got famous. This is Cardi B before she got famous. Look at Puffy before he got famous. Look at Nas before he got famous. And it appears that it's a very distinct look. You know what I'm saying? To what a person with a little bit of paper looks like, and then versus after. You know what I mean? Maybe it's a different level of confidence, man. You know what I'm saying? See, when a person makes some money, perhaps they feel like there is a direct value associated of themselves in association with the paper that they have. Look, you heard Gilly say it yesterday. You know what I mean? When he was talking to Birdman. He goes, oh, I'm bigger than you. Followed by, I got more money than him. You know what I'm saying? And it's crazy because I done told you before, if you and me walk down the neighborhood, eating a bag of chips and laughing, we might single-handedly lower the property value. You know what I'm saying? Which makes me feel like my value to others and my value in society is a negative value. It makes me feel that way. Now I know better, but I still feel that way. Because you can't help your feelings. You know what I'm saying? Because like I bring the value of your home down if I walk down the street. Now, oddly, in the field of entertainment, I bring the value up. You know, what's this got to do with Ari Fletcher before she was famous, baby? Listen, you have value apart from money. You know what I'm saying? You should know this because everyone is trying to get you to follow them. You know what I mean? But here's the other thing that you should know, okay? When looking at that pic. You're not ugly. You're just broke. You look at the cup. Yeah. Listen. Why should Tom Hanks get benefits apart from money and you not? He's not a higher quality human than you. He gets scabs like everybody else, man. Somebody just recorded his antics and shared it out, and you saw it. But he's not better. Look, Drake said Joe Budden lives in a modest house while he flies around in the 767. I'm looking at Drake like a lot of your supporters live in modest houses, bro. Why does it feel like he was clapping at us? See, what money does to the mind, it's almost like he looked down on Joe Budden because he flew over Joe's modest house. You know what I'm saying? However much I like Drake before, because of that statement, I like him a lot less now. Like a lot less. You know what I'm saying? But look, money does make you look good. So always remember, you're not ugly. You're broke. Just, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about. Anyway, look, my bad. Look, Wallow has heard what Juicy J about rap being down 40%. He said rap is down 40%. This is what Juicy J said. I think yesterday's video or the day before yesterday. He said rap is down 40%. We need to do something. We need to fix this because this ain't looking good. A lot of people eat off of rap. You know what I'm saying? Which is 100% true. A lot of people do eat off of rap. Wallow had a strong message concerning that statement. Take a listen.
Juicy J, good morning. Good morning. I've been rocking with hypnotized minds for a long time. I'm not the type to get involved in long relationships. Rest in peace. Gangsta Pooh, we got to stab. But let me say something, Juicy J. I don't agree with you. You was wrong. When you birth something, everything that you birth is a part of you. We can play this category game, and they try to play all these categories and this, that, and the third. But one thing about us, it's this thing that took place that came from the struggles that took place in the ghettos of America, and it's a sound that's called hip-hop. We control cool. We birthed a lot of different quote-unquote, categories and genres where we want to play the category game and all this and third. We control cool. That dress, the way we pop it, that lingo, I'm talking about the dance, it's a lot of stuff. We gonna keep it, come on, let's keep it playing. We're not gonna do that. Don't do that, Juicy. Don't be putting that type of information out talking about, no, how can we be down? How can you be down? How can we be down? As you add these numbers up of everything that we, come on, influence and everything that, all this is, what is he talking about? How can we ever be down? When we came from nothing, we came from the struggles that would take place in the ghettos of America, we came from nothing. How can we ever be down? When we influence the world, how can we ever be down? That don't even sound right. Down what? Is you adding the right numbers up? Is you adding up all the numbers? Let me say this again. Juicy, don't let them finesse you with these categories. You let them finesse you with this category. Oh, we gonna take this from over here and create. Let's take this from over here so we can try to act like this. Or let's pull this from other. And just still look at the numbers. The numbers still crazy. So for you to be saying that, Juicy, that ain't right. That ain't right. You ready to make me tear the club up? I'm ready to snap. Come on, baby. Come on, OG. Don't do that. Come on. You know better than that. Do not let them separate us with this BS. Don't look at the separation that they put down, the whole scheme that they put, the propaganda that they put down. Don't go for that. We control cool. And it is what it is. We ain't had nothing. We create something extraordinary that the world followed after. The world. Everything, the world. We control cool. Don't never forget that. We always be winning the numbers. No matter what they category. Oh, yes, under this. We're gonna pull that from that. Yeah, they rapping, but they rapping in a different language, so we don't go in. They doing it, but it's different. Oh, yeah, it's from a different country, so we're gonna do this and we're gonna do that. Nah, we control cool, and it's just like that.
Yeah. I like what Wallow said, man. You know what I'm saying? He said we control cool. You know what I'm saying? He said we birthed a lot of different categories and genres. That dress, that way we pop it, that dance, the lingo, it's a lot of stuff. Let's keep it playing. He said, let's keep it playing. He said, don't do that, Juicy. Putting that information out. How can we be down? Is you adding these numbers up? What is we
He referring to y'all culture vultures having a place in motherfucking our shit.
Yeah. But
Boy, you rock the clothes, the hat like you do, talk like you do, man, this shit, cause of us.
We was finessed to pivot from self-improvement and humanity to making ourselves the dregs of humanity, making serial killer raps and death chants. Death chants that, look, I loved. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna, look, I'll be the first one to tell you.
Nobody copying shit from those sticks.
Mostly that. You know what I mean? So much so, look, we made
no
death
squares
raps
or no lanes
and death chants So much so that our grandparents
Nah,
would
we
be
control
ashamed
cool.
and disappointed at the content of the music that we normalize. You see what I'm saying? It's wild. And check this out, man. Yesterday we reported to you concerning Jada Pinkett. I know a lot of y'all felt deeply in love with her. Now, let me just throw this out here about Jada Pinkett, okay? Jada is promoting a book. She showed up on the Today Show. She has some very strong statements to say. We went over it yesterday in yesterday's vid. So if you missed yesterday's vid, take a look at it. For some reason, YouTube did not share out yesterday's vid, and I don't know why. So be sure to hit the like button for your boy Celeb. You know what I'm saying? We would definitely appreciate it. But Chris Rock, Jada has stated that Chris Rock actually tried to kick it to her a little while back. According to what Jada said, I'm reading this from Donna's Live News, right? It goes, Jada confirmed that she and Will Smith have been separated since 2016, and we covered this yesterday, okay? Pinkett Smith also shared key context for her husband slapping Chris Rock at the Oscars. Key context. When divorce rumors circulated about her and Smith, Pinkett said the comedian asked her out on a date. She goes, quote, every summer, all the reports would come out that me and Will were getting a divorce. And this particular summer, Chris Rock, he thought that we were getting a divorce, so he called me and basically he was like, I would love to take you out. Okay? She said, I was like, what do you mean? He was like, well, aren't you and Will getting a divorce? I was like, no, Chris, those are just rumors. He was appalled, and he profusely apologized, and that was that. Close quote. Well, it wasn't that, and I guess that is the context. So that is to say, Will never let that go and walked up to Chris Rock and slapped him into next week. You know what I'm saying? You like slapped him into next week? Yeah. You don't remember? When after Chris Rock got slapped, he said, wow, that was the greatest night in television. We was like, Chris, that just happened a second ago, bro. Like, where are you? Like, what week are you in? You're in the same week, Chris. As soon as he got slapped, he said, wow, that was the greatest moment in the history of television. He said that was he said it like it was another week. He said that was the greatest night in the history of television. That's what he said. I listened to it many times. I was like, Chris, that happened tonight, bro. You just got slapped. He slapped him into another day. I said, damn. That's the first time I ever really seen it happen like that. Where we at over here, man? We got too many stories that you clowning too much. All right, let's go. Next one. Listen. Actually, no. We pushing the story for them all, man. All right, so look, here's what we're gonna do, man. We gotta go to my shout outs real quick because I guess I gotta do a correction of sorts, right? Now, if you saw yesterday's video, you saw we posted the clip with the Pope, okay? Which I thought was absolutely hilarious, all right? If you missed it, you gotta go check it out. And then hit us with a like on that video so it can get shared out while you're hitting us with likes on this one. But look, check this out. Let's do our shout outs real quick, okay? Let's get off of that. Where we at? Shout out to Napalm. Napalm said, yo, sorry, bro. Please remind me to leave a like and a comment. I love your material always. You keep my ear connected to the stream. Napalm, hit us with a like if you don't mind. Here's your reminder, okay? Hit us with a like. And those of y'all that be forgetting and you be like, oh, I'm gonna wait till the end. No, hit us with it like now, man. Like, the earlier you do it, then the faster it gets spread out, man. You know what I'm saying? We do appreciate it if you do, man. And we definitely appreciate those of y'all that just view our content on a daily basis, man. It means a lot. TS said, yo, I initially shared your perception about the Pope shunning the black bishop. However, although I find many aspects of the Catholic Church history despicable, I recalled him speaking out against racism on multiple occasions. So I saw this perspective and found that it is purported to be his response when people try to kiss his ring. As a sign of humility, he disavows that action because he sees himself as a man of the people. Lastly, I don't know his heart, but I choose to give him the benefit of the doubt because of his public stance against racism. Okay. Okay, let me read the next one. Somebody else said, you might want to, Wiz said, you might want to get a little, come on, Buzz. You might want to get a little further education on the kissing of the ring to a pope. Research. It's amazing what you might discover. Now, I felt a little disrespect in that statement, but I still did the research, okay? So let me show you this, and then I Am Ecstasy said, you got me side-eyeing the Pope. Okay, yeah, that's what I Am Ecstasy you said. You like, wow, that's a nice pic. Hey, cut it out, okay? Have some decency, all right? She just wrote a comment. She ain't asked you about how she looks, okay? All right, so look, Sauce, can you post a video of this video of the Pope and how he reacts when anybody tries to kiss his ring? Take a look real quick. But look, the Pope was like, don't touch me. No, I don't like that. Stop it. Get off me. Listen. All right, so that's how the Pope reacts whenever anybody tries to give him to kiss his ring. You know what I mean? It's an act of humility. All right, so we just want to throw that out there. Yesterday's vid was yesterday's vid, and today's vid is now us saying it's not because the man was black. Although, here's how I feel about that priest, though, man. You should know this about your Pope, bruh, and he don't like people kissing his ring. And you turned around and did you miss this clip? Black priest. Come on, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not even a black priest, and somebody just said, hey, look it up, and I said, okay. I looked it up, and was like, oh, okay, he doesn't like people trying to kiss his ring. So, you should have been knew that. All right, let's get right back to it. Okay? Lastly, produced by Marsh. My man said, yo, compassion. I thought that word was lost in today's society. Slad, you always taught that talk. My household loves you, big dog. Listen, shout out to your household, okay? Shout out to you. I'm glad that somebody else appreciates the word compassion. You know what I'm saying? This is what we need to have in our society because we don't have enough of it. But let's get right back to it, okay? What's the time of the night? Let me see if I'm late. All right, look. Kenneth Petty. Listen, after the Kenneth Petty Offset fiasco, where Kenneth Petty and his goons tried to threaten Offset to come outside while Offset was playing PS5 with Kai Cenat and eating French toast while dancing, folks are now coming out saying that Offset called the one Kenneth, which would have been pretty petty. You know what I'm saying? Offset has addressed those accusations. When asked if he called 12, Offset said, hell nah. He said, well, hell nah. He said, police ain't never calling me. I ain't got no number for you. Man, please. I would never do no lame ass ish like that. I'd rather keep it in the street than do some ish like that. I just laugh at ish like that. I got real money. Ain't nobody saying anything about no money. He said, I'm handling real business. I'm on the way to Coach Prime on a jet. I'm just too old to participate in ish like that. I think sometimes they just want you to be tough. But when you crash out, they call you stupid. Close quote. Yeah. 1,000,000%. When you crash out, you are stupid. Because, when you get older, like, you shouldn't do things that cause you to crash out. And when you do, then you're stupid. Real talk. So what Offset is saying right here is real. You know what I mean? Although, money had nothing to do with anything, but whatever. But look, when you are older, though, you're supposed to be wiser. And you're supposed to be able to outsmart people who have limited thinking skills. That only think, you know what I'm saying, in one direction. You know what I mean? Like people that only see red. You know what I'm saying? When they should be able to see a whole spectrum. You know what I'm saying? I see a whole spectrum. Like, I want to be able to see a whole spectrum. Not just red. Whenever I get upset, not just red. That's why I do like what Drake said. When he said his mom told him, wait, don't quickly respond when somebody says something. You gotta wait about 3 days. I don't think he did that with Joe Budden, though. And that's why he looked crazy saying what he said. Listen, here's a piece of information that you probably wouldn't have known. Birdman has stated, right, that he initially tried to sign, back in 1998, he initially tried to sign with, I guess it was around that year. He tried to sign with Jay Prince. Tell me that ain't wild. You know what I'm saying? He signed a deal with Universal. They got a $3 million advancement, I believe. They gave Cash Money 85% of the royalties, 50% of publishing, and ownership of all the masters. You know what I'm saying? But Birdman said when he tried to get up with Jay Prince wasn't really. Jay Prince was like on some mode like, nah, I ain't gonna be able to do all that. Take a listen to what Birdman.
What's your relationship like with Jay Prince?
I fuck with old head. I respect old head. I don't know ill feelings with old head. I respect him. He's very respectable, and I learned a lot from him. He taught me so much early on in the game. I have no ill feelings with the old man, and I respect him. I don't have no ill feelings about him, but he taught me so much in my early stages. You know, if niggas don't know, I tried to sign with the old man before I went to Universal.
What?
Yeah, I tried to sign with the old man.
Nigga.
I tried to sign with the old man, but I respect the old man. He's a great man, a respectable man, an honorable man. I have no ill feelings with the old man because he taught me so much, and he taught me the game.
I just want to know a little bit. I'm from Houston. What you mean you was about to sign with that nigga? Nah, that shit could have changed. That was
I wanted to
trajectory of hip hop, nigga.
I wanted to sign with Jay Prince.
So what stopped that?
He had the structure to sign me. And what I respect about it, he said, y'all go do y'all, bro, because I can't do it. That's what I honored about him. He told me, go ahead, man. I can't do it. I was trying to sign with him and Smart House.
So stop right there, man. He said, I tried to sign with the old man before I went to Universal. I wanted to sign with Jay Prince, but he ain't had the structure to sign me. And what I respect about it, well, he said what I respect about it is Jay Prince said, y'all go do your own, bro, because I can't do it. He said, that's what I honor about Jay Prince. I like that, close quote, man. I like that. You know what I mean? I like the fact that Birdman said he honored Jay Prince for rejecting him. See, a lot of people they only honor you if you accept them. You know what I mean? Or if you say, oh, yeah, they put me on, so I honor you, and F all those people that ain't look out for me or that didn't. But he didn't say that. He said, I respect him for saying, nah, I can't do that. Real talk. It just is what it is. So I think that's a big move that's a big thing that Birdman just said right there, man. I like doing that. It's being able to take no for an answer, essentially. I like when people can take a no for an answer. They don't get all, you know what I mean? All weepy, start crying and well, why? Why are you saying no? Because I said no, and that's it. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people can't take no as an answer, man. You know what I mean? So I like to try to practice. I help people learn how to take no as an answer. Here's what I like. And don't look. I will not take no for an answer. Listen. And finally, that's the bad boy. Look, we should just get a like off of the hustle alone, man. You know what I'm saying? You like stop begging for likes. Hey, all right, look, let me give you this one for Snoop Dogg. I'm not gonna even respond to you, okay? I'm gonna be higher than that. Listen, Snoop Dogg has stated that you should not be the smartest one in your circle. Now, you probably heard that a million times, but now you're hearing it from Snoop. And really, we're just going over this so you know the mind of Snoop and how he is. That this essentially means, here's what he said. He said, man, if you the smartest one in your circle, cuz, you got a problem. I want to be the dumbest one on my team. Because if I'm the dumbest one on my team, that means I got some bad motherfuckers around me. Close quote. Yeah. I can get with that. You know what I'm saying? He said, look, he want to be humbled. He want to be humbled by your level of intelligence, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I like to have smart people around me too, man. I love having smart people around me. So, you know, I don't have too many friends. Real talk. Like, you know, ain't a lot of people I interact with, man. You know what I mean? I got very, very, very super, very, very, very few best friends, like good friends. You know what I'm saying? Actually, how many best friends I got? I think I got one. Two? I got like two-ish one. One that he just keep dropping off. You know what I mean? Every time he come back on, but then I say something crazy, he be like, man, F you, man, I'm out. Now, but yo, man, come on, bro. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? But yeah, that's how it is sometimes, man. You know what I'm saying? You can't look. If you got too many people around you, man, there's a lot of people that ain't wise, they ain't smart. I need wise people around me. Never mind even smart people. I just need wise people, man. You know what I'm saying? Get yourself a wise group of people, man. And if you don't have them around you, man, then you need to cut some people. Real talk. You know what I'm saying? And you know, wise people, you could tell wise people because their lives are good. You know what I mean? They got good lives, good things going on in their lives. It's not filled with toxicity. If you got people that are filled with toxicity around you, then you don't got people operating in wisdom. Because when you operate in wisdom, man, you don't got toxicity around you. You see what I'm saying? Yo, let us know your thoughts in the comments below, man. Be sure to like, be sure to subscribe.
Jay-Z? No, that's cool. It's okay. That's Drake okay. Number 3? That's okay. I thought Drake was gonna be number 1.
Eminem's not even on the list.
Eminem? Who else was on the list? Gucci who? Gucci Mane? Was on the list and Eminem wasn't on the list? Shout out my nigga Gucci. Shout out my nigga Gucci. Oh shit. Oh shit. Who's number 1?
Jay.
The top of the mountain, the buildings, the towers.
Sure.
First, second, third.
Sometimes it seemed like 2 months were perfect, and yes. Oh my goodness.
First off, what do you mean? What do you mean?
You don't know about CT?
I know about CT.
So how do they test CT?
I know.
When you freaking died in CT, so how you gonna say a player that's living in real time, who putting a real song wrong? I told you, maybe I should have not taken off my shirt and ran off. But at that point, I was feeling too sexy. The whole fucking stadium yelling. This guy just said, fuck me, get the fuck out of here. So I'm throwing your shit. I'm not wanting to wear your logos, I'm out.
Were you hearing that song in your head at that moment? Like, way too sexy?
Bro, I'm really feeling sexy, literally, not the song. Bro, listen, I wait.
Basketball, and I was basically a cokehead. Remember my scene, you have to roller skate in. By that part, I'd robbed all the roller skates. There was no roller skates that was size 11. They were all over at the Swiss Chalet. So if you knew the guards or they knew you from the Comedy Store, they let me park right next to the trailer every day. And I would take my roller skates. And I went in there and I was pulling like the old scams from the old days. How you doing, man? We'll give me a pair of roller skates. They don't fit. And they looked at them, they're like, we'll give you $149 for them. So I knew I would get $150 a day. So every time I would work, I would steal somebody's roller skates from the set. There was no cameras then. Like, I had no idea who I was working with. So the night I go out, I stayed out till 7 snorting coke by the Hollywood Sun with some crazy people after the store. And when I got there, they were like, you're the first scene up. Like, I've been snorting coke till 6. First of all, they couldn't find roller skates for me. When I got the call to how many guests do you want to come to the premiere, I was like, who is this? We want to know how many people are you bringing to the premiere. I go, premiere what? And I put basketball on. I was basically a cokehead. Remember my scene, you have to roll.
Right, the first thing I want to talk about today, we dropped, I think there's a second video after this session that'll be live about the Jada and Will Smith.
We all knew that. Why would Puff rent studio time? Those cars.
So Biggie didn't really want to go to LA this time. He was promoting his album Life After Death. Per album promotion, he said he told Diddy, start popping in the car.
Walk us through those final moments.
He blow past the light. We stopped at the light. Car just rolled up, start popping in the car. Just
He had no business in LA at that time. We all knew that. Why would Puff rent studio time? Those cars.
So Biggie didn't really want to go to LA this time. He was promoting his album Life After Death. Per album promotion, he said he told Diddy he didn't really want to go because everything that was going on. Diddy was insisting like it's going to be okay, it's going to be great for album promotion. Then look what happened. That's crazy.
Was rented. So to put those stickers on there, you defacing the property.
Lil Cease, the man who was right there in the car when the legendary Biggie Smalls met his untimely demise, has finally decided to spill all the jaw-dropping tea. Get ready for a spine-chilling account of the terrifying moments that rocked the rap industry and left us all in shock. Let's set the scene. The stage is Los Angeles, the city of dreams where Biggie, Lil Cease, D-Rock, and their ride-or-die driver G were living it up like hip-hop royalty. It seemed like just another ordinary night, but fate had something wicked up its sleeve. As they set off on their journey, everything seemed peachy keen. The crew was cruising through the streets, soaking in the glitz and glamour of the LA nightlife that had become their second home. Little did they know that the universe had a sinister plot twist in store for them. Hold on to your seats because here comes the shocker. Their car comes to a halt at an intersection, but guess who decides to play fast and furious? None other than Puffy himself, breezing through a red light like rules don't apply to him.
Puff pull out first. We pull out behind him. He blow past the light.
But wait, the plot thickens. Out of nowhere, a shadowy car stealthily approaches their vehicle, driven by an unknown assailant. No words were spoken, but a sudden hail of bullets transforms the peaceful night into a horrifying nightmare.
Before you know it, a car just rolled up, start popping in the car.
Talk about a spine-tingling plot twist. Chaos erupts as panic ensues, and our crew dives for cover, desperately seeking safety from the relentless rain of gunfire. Can you imagine the sheer terror they must have felt? It's like a scene straight out of a Hollywood thriller. Once the smoke clears and the bullets cease their deadly dance, our brave survivors emerge from the car, their hearts pounding with fear and disbelief. Their minds racing, they rush to the back of the vehicle, desperate to make sense of the ghastly scene that unfolded before their eyes. But what they discover next will haunt them until the end of days. Biggie, the larger-than-life icon himself, remains motionless in his seat, his life tragically snuffed out. Can you even begin to imagine the shock and devastation that washed over them? It's a haunting image that will forever be etched in their minds. Hold on to your wigs because the story takes an even crazier turn.
What?
Just as our shaken crew is grappling with the horrific reality of their loss, Puffy's truck mysteriously reappears on the scene. Can you say plot twist of the century? Anyway, in a daze, our grief-stricken crew huddles together, their voices hushed as they realize they need to act fast. With adrenaline pumping through their veins, they make a daring decision to flee the scene and rush Biggie to the nearest hospital, clinging onto a glimmer of hope that they can somehow save his precious life. Now, this account of events by Lil Cease has actually brought more questions than answers. I mean, why was Diddy so determined to get past that intersection? Well, some fans believe that it was because he knew something was coming. Puff was determined not to stop at that light. He knew what was coming. one fan commented. And another
Nice.
replied to this saying, man, I was thinking the same thing. They go through the red light and then after the shooting come back to pick all the guys up. Puffy knew exactly what was about to happen, also was why he wasn't in the car with Big. Another fan commented, Puff was always with Big all of a sudden, they in different cars, and he ran the red light. A fourth fan wrote, Puffy knew that was about to happen, that's why he blew the light to get out of harm's way. While Lil Cease's shocking revelations have left us all in a state of shock, there are some diehard fans who have their own theories of what actually happened. According to these adamant fans, Diddy allegedly orchestrated the entire tragic event, pulling the strings from behind the scenes. They claim that he had supposedly hired a notorious street team, whispering in their ears, planting the wicked seed of taking out Biggie. One fan commented, Diddy got Biggie killed. I don't care what anyone says because this is my belief. P. Diddy is a grimy dude. That man has enough connection to take out anyone he needs to. Another fan added, Puffy was the one that ended this man. You know, sometimes your enemies are the ones closest to you.
Thanks.
And a third fan commented, Puff had to come back and make sure they got the job done that he was paying them to do. Meanwhile, Diddy's own bodyguard, Gene Deal, has also stepped into the spotlight with a mind-blowing revelation that will leave you clutching your pearls. Get ready for some spicy details that will make your jaw
Spicy.
drop.
I like
According
that.
to Gene, the night of Biggie's tragic demise was not just an ordinary drive through the city. Oh no, my darlings. There were peculiar markings that caught his eagle eye. Biggie's car adorned with an abundance of eye-catching stickers. Now, you might think, what's the big deal? It's just stickers. But hold on to your designer shades, because this seemingly trivial detail could be the smoking gun we've all been waiting for. Here's where it gets juicy. Gene Deal, armed with his insider knowledge, dropped a bombshell that could shake the very foundations of the rap industry. He spilled the tea, alleging that these cars, including Biggie's, were rented, and guess what? Slapping stickers all over them was strictly against policy. Can you believe it?
Oh,
Those
wow.
stickers became glaring red flags.
So my man Gene is thinking as well as I'm thinking. Like, Puffy put them stickers on the car to promote the album and to let the ops know this is the car that he's in. Puffy, you grind me, boy. Damn.
Tantalizing clue that something was amiss. Who would dare to flaunt the rules and mark these rented vehicles? The fingers immediately pointed towards one group and one group alone. The notorious street team supposedly hired by none other than Bad Boy Records. Talk about a shocking twist. Gene Deal boldly proclaimed that this exclusive street team held the golden opportunity and unfettered access to tamper with those rides. Could it be that these stickers were not mere decorations, but a sinister message from within the music empire itself? But wait, the drama doesn't end there. Prepare to be stunned as we uncover another intriguing layer to
What?
this tangled web of deceit. In a twist of fate, it turns out that Puff Daddy's car, the very same man who sits at the center of this controversy, was completely sticker-free.
Cause somebody wanted to know,
Wow.
yo, if y'all gonna get big, to go to car with
Wow,
the stickers,
bro.
While the investigation into Biggie's tragic case unfolded, the head honcho of security let slip a tantalizing hint. He vaguely alluded to some mysterious tasks entrusted to the street team, but he conveniently kept the details under wraps. How mysterious, right? But hold on to your hats because things are about to take a twisted turn. Now, with this fresh batch of information revealing an inside connection between the culprit and the victim, it seems highly probable that the mole within the street team had a pivotal role in orchestrating the diabolical scheme that separated Biggie's car from Diddy's.
So only one that has an opportunity and only one that could have done that was somebody from the street team.
Meanwhile, fans are convinced that Diddy knew about the stickers, and there is even a possibility that he was the one who arranged for them to be placed on Biggie's car. I always thought that was odd when I saw the Think Big stickers on the wheels of the Suburban. In the 90s, whenever you did street team promotion, you always wanted the biggest signs possible. You would have wanted people wearing big t-shirts, big posters, flyers, etc. When it came to vehicles, you did a wrap. If you couldn't afford a wrap, you did a magnet decal. Either way, the artwork was always at eye level, door and windows. The problem with putting the promotion stickers on wheels is that no one is looking down. They're too small, and when the wheels turn, it'll be upside down. No one can read. Says those stickers stuck out to me too, no lie. One fan commented, a second fan added, don't think for 1 minute that Diddy didn't know that those stickers were put on the vehicle Biggie
he
was
knew
driving in.
He knew
Anything
it.
that goes down in Bad Boy's crew organization, Diddy is well aware of it beforehand. Meanwhile, Gene also revealed that Biggie was fully aware that Diddy had been swiping some serious cash from his pockets. But here's the twist. Biggie himself was no angel either. Yes, my dears, it seems like there was a double dose of thievery happening within their so-called friendship. Talk about betrayal of the highest degree, but wait, there's more to this sordid tale.
What?
Gene, in a shocking expose, spilled the beans on another grave sin committed by Diddy. Brace yourselves, for this revelation will send chills down your spine.
What?
Despite the dangerous feud raging between the East and West Coasts, Diddy, the one entrusted with managing Biggie's career, shockingly refused to beef up security. Can you believe it? This is negligence of the highest order. What's more, Gene pointed fingers at yet another individual who he believes was in cahoots with Puffy, working hand in hand to execute the dastardly attack. According to Gene's daring claims, he personally warned a member of Biggie's entourage to stay far away from Puffy's designated route. And guess what? This person, none other than D-Rock, promised to heed Gene's words of caution. But alas, fate had other plans in store. In a shocking twist of events, D-Rock betrayed his own word and steered Biggie right into the heart of that ill-fated after-party at Peterson Museum. Can you believe the audacity? But here's where it gets even spicier, my scandal-craving friends. Gene suspects that D-Rock wasn't acting alone in this treacherous betrayal. Oh no, according to his speculations, Diddy himself had a sneaky hand in the whole affair. To support his claims, Gene dropped a bombshell by sharing the revelations made by Kirk Burroughs. Apparently, Biggie was initially scheduled to jet off to London with Kirk. But in a twist of fate, Giddy and D-Rock managed to persuade the late rapper to ditch the London plans and attend that notorious after-party instead. While the statements made by Gene may be considered controversial, it's important to note that they do not hold any legal weight at this point. However, it seems that Gene is not yet done spilling the tea. Believe it or not, Gene has previously exposed a stunning truth that will make you question everything. Despite having a security team consisting of 7 to 8 individuals, the majority of them were shockingly unarmed. Can you believe it? This mind-boggling disclosure raises serious doubts about the level of protection provided to Biggie on that fateful night. Now, many of you might be scratching your heads and wondering why, oh why, in the midst of the explosive feud between the East and West Coasts, were Biggie's security personnel not carrying any firearms? Well, according to Gene, the answer is quite simple. It all came down to the employer's orders. And let's face it, we all know who that employer was, don't we?
Diddy.
It's becoming increasingly evident that there were some major security blunders on that fatal night. Gene shed light on the fact that everyone involved knew about Biggie's health condition. They were well aware that he couldn't run or defend himself in a dangerous situation. So, logically speaking, the absence of armed guards simply does not make any sense at all. Gene made it abundantly clear that he doesn't believe Diddy ever genuinely cared about Biggie. In Gene's opinion, Diddy was only interested in Biggie's talent and had signed him to his label in order to promote his own success. After all these details, you might wonder why Diddy was after Biggie when Biggie was scouted by Diddy himself. We all remember the infamous feud between the Crips and Snoop Dogg, right? Well, according to Gene, it was Biggie who instigated it. And as for Diddy, he was too afraid to confront any beef head-on, so he took matters into his own hands and eliminated the source of the problem. But let's not forget the fact that Big was about to leave Bad Boys. Maybe he was panicking at the thought of losing his pedestal in the music industry. These conclusions have evoked different types of reactions from the public. Some believe that Puffy wanted to be at the top, so he conspired to remove Biggie, who is far more talented than him. We all know that nothing ever comes out of being in association with Diddy. His toxic work ethic didn't go unnoticed by his fellow artists. In an interview with the Breakfast Club, rapper 50 Cent spoke on Diddy's history as a solo artist and is still confused by why any artist would want to be associated with the current head of Revolt TV. Puffy might be the destination for anybody going nowhere, said 50 Cent. Nobody survived him. Even Mace foisted out his reservations when he worked under Diddy for some time. Recently, in an interview with $1 million worth of game podcast, the Mo Money Mo Problems artist asked what went down between him and his former label boss. I never got paid what I was worth, and I never got the respect I was worth. So this disdain that I got for Puff is more like you trying to keep me here. He just kept trying to keep me here, like he didn't want me to grow at anything. And even after all this time, Biggie's mother, Valletta Evans, is still waiting for justice for her only child. Biggie's mother told EW exclusively while promoting the Netflix documentary, "Biggie, I have a story. As long as I have life, there's hope. I'll never give up, and I hope when I'm not in this world anymore, My friends and family will carry on the fight. There is always hope. In an exclusive interview with Daily Mail, Valletta blamed the LAPD for not solving the case properly. She even claimed to know the culprit herself. I have a very good idea who murdered Christopher, and I genuinely believe that the LAPD know exactly who did too. They've done their investigation, but they just refuse to move forward. I don't know why they haven't arrested who was involved. It seems to me that it's one giant conspiracy and someone is definitely being protected somewhere down the line, she said. In any case, as fresh details emerge, it becomes increasingly clear that Biggie's untimely demise was not a random act of violence, but a meticulously planned operation executed by individuals close to the iconic rapper. But here's the real question that has tongues wagging and minds reeling. Could Diddy, the larger-than-life music mogul himself, be implicated as one of the masterminds behind Biggie's chilling assassination? Only time will tell. Anyway, that's it for this video, folks. Bye.
Bro, we all know. Look at the evidence. Diddy had the stickers put on the vehicle that Biggie was in. He didn't have no stickers on. Why, if you're the manager, bro, like why you not promoting it on your vehicle? All the vehicles should have the stickers on them. I really think that was the way the identify the vehicle that Biggie was in. I mean, it makes sense, bro. And Diddy is behind, I feel, allegedly, this is alleged news, but I feel like Diddy is really behind the Tupac thing and the Biggie thing. Bro, Keefy D been locked up, so I know a lot more information is going to come up behind behind Biggie's death and Pac's death, bro. Diddy time is up, bro. It's up. And then we gonna see. Keefy D gonna let out a lot of information, I believe, bro. For one, he gonna write a book. For two, he gonna try to get his time cut. And for three, he said in one interview he wouldn't be in a situation had he never ever have met Diddy. So, but we gonna find out. We gonna keep it going. We gonna see what Keefy D got going on with what he got to say, and we gonna keep checking on this Biggie, because I think a lot that Tupac death gonna spill over to the Biggie death, bro. That's what I'm feeling, bro. This is gonna be very, very spicy. What you do in the dark will come to the light. But if this is y'all first time here, man, make sure you smash that like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, man. We wanna
But there was a connection between Keefy D's Southside Compton Crips and Bad Boy Records. A witness testified that Keefy D and his nephew Orlando Anderson were in charge of the relationship between the Southside Compton Crips and Bad Boy Records, and that Bad Boy Records feared Suge Knight. Death Row was associated with the Bloods. Another Bad Boy Records connection? A witness testified that Eric Zip Martin gave Keefy D the gun the night that Tupac was shot. Zip knew Sean Puffy Combs. Suge Knight's former head of security, Reggie Wright, testified that Suge Knight and Sean Puffy Combs were once on good terms, but things changed in 1995. Wright said Suge Knight believed that Combs was responsible for the death of one of his friends. He then told the grand jury about how Tupac Shakur talked about having sex with the Notorious B.I.G.'s wife in a song and rapped about killing members of Bad Boy Records. Wright said the feud escalated, with a member of Bad Boy Records pointing a gun at Tupac Shakur at an awards show, months before that shooting in Las Vegas. Wright said Keefy D was at that awards show with members of Bad Boy Records. That, coupled with the theft of the Death Row chain and then the MGM Grand fight, caused things to come to a head that night in September of 1996 in Las Vegas. Prosecutors say it ended with the murder of Tupac.
LAPD detective says he has solved the murder of rapper Tupac Shakur, who was gunned down in Las Vegas nearly 20 years ago. Detective Greg Kading says he has proof it was Sean Diddy Combs who orchestrated the murder. His book on the investigation has now been turned into a documentary.
That was Tupac. That was behind. No, he got shot. No, he got shot.
Who besides yourself down there knows, for one, knows about these guys killing Tupac?
sure. Everybody around.
In a taped confession never before shown on film.
Which of those four is it when you talk to him about murdering Tupac?
Like, man, we wipe their out quick. You know, it's nothing. We were on a million.
Greg Kading joins us now from Los Angeles. Greg, it's good to see you. I want to mention that you wrote a book about this in 2011 called Murder Rap, and that's what's the basis now of this documentary. Let's start from the beginning. You say that Sean, back then known as Puff Daddy Combs, shelled out $1 million to gun down Tupac Shakur. Why?
Well, that was the agreement that was made between Mr. Combs and a gang member here in Los Angeles who was doing some security work. Him and his gang crew were doing security work for Bad Boy. And there was an ongoing conflict going on between Combs and Suge Knight and the two record labels, the infamous East Coast, West Coast rap wars. And the conflict just continued to exacerbate. People were getting shot, there were armed confrontations, and then it culminated in a situation where Sean Combs knew that he was being hunted down by Suge Knight out here in Los Angeles. So he solicits the help of these Southside Crip gang members, in particular a guy named Keefe D, who confessed to this whole thing, in order to get rid of Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur to kind of protect himself. It was a preemptive strike, so to speak.
Greg, did he confess to that while you were actively on the force investigating the murder?
That's correct. The confession was obtained back in 2008 and 2009 while I was leading a federal task force. This was a major task force effort involving many different agencies.
Well, did P. Diddy's name come up back when Caffey D confessed?
It did. Well, Sean Combs' name came up from the very beginning of these investigations back in 1996 and 1997. But most of the information we were getting from secondhand witnesses, hearsay information. We weren't able to corroborate that story until we got the confession of Keefe D in 2009. He was one of the occupants of the vehicle in Las Vegas that pulled alongside and shot Tupac.
So why is Diddy still out? I mean, why hasn't there been an arrest?
Unfortunately, it's an unprosecutable case for a variety of reasons. The confession was secured by way of what's known as a proffer agreement, an agreement between Keefe D's attorney and the United States Attorney's Office in order for him to provide this information without self-incriminating himself. And so he's out of the equation. Everybody else that was involved in this conspiracy, there was a total of 6 people involved, and 4 of those people are dead. So now we're left with Keefe D, who's providing the story in the confession, and of course Sean Diddy Combs.
And Combs has denied this over the years, but he was very specific following the publication of your book. He said it was pure fiction and completely ridiculous. You go on to say not only did Tupac fall to this East Coast, West Coast rivalry, but Biggie Smalls' death was actually punishment for Sean Puffy Combs' involvement in taking down Shakur.
That's correct. The retaliation here in Los Angeles 6 months after Tupac Shakur was killed was a solicitation by Suge Knight to have a member of Bad Boy murdered, which would be Christopher Wallace, Biggie Smalls. So his murder was a retaliation for what had happened in Las Vegas 6 months earlier.
Hey, have you, Greg, ever felt like your life was in danger for continuing to investigate this, for continuing to write about it and to talk about it publicly?
Not at all. I'm very, very confident in the evidence that we obtained, very confident in our investigation. I don't fear the consequences of telling the truth. So it is what it is, and people will respond accordingly.
All right, Greg.
And then I could see the motive was patently obvious. He'd done things that were hanging over him. He could have gone to prison for the rest of his life. He could make a deal to get out from under that. But then he could also get revenge on anybody who had ever offended him in any way.
I cheated on my employer, and I cheated on all of you, the people of Los Angeles.
From what I was told, he gave almost 250 grand
up front, and they owed him $750 grand on the back end.
Biggest celebrity crimes is the murder of rap legend Biggie Smalls, aka Notorious B.I.G., still unsolved 24 years later.
Gina Silva has more on this story from our Fox 11 True Crime Files.
Biggie Smalls, Notorious B.I.G., one of the greatest rappers of all time, was suddenly gone on March 9, 1997, ambushed in the streets of Los Angeles during a visit. This is video from our Fox 11 True Crime Files.
The other vehicle pulls up alongside, and the driver shoots numerous times into the vehicle.
A victim of a drive-by shooting outside of the Peterson Automotive Museum on Fairfax and Wilshire. Biggie was shot multiple times while sitting in the front passenger side of this SUV. There were plenty of witnesses, but no one could give an accurate description of the shooter.
When somebody's shooting at you, your first reaction is not to get a description of them, but to take cover and duck.
Biggie was killed 6 months after Tupac Shakur died in a hail of bullets in Las Vegas. Two larger-than-life hip-hop artists, Biggie from the East Coast with Bad Boy Records led by Sean Combs, and Tupac from the West Coast with Death Row Records founded by Marion Suge Knight.
I was assigned to Biggie's case as a result of a reinvestigative effort by the LAPD.
Greg Kading is a retired LAPD detective. He was assigned in 2006 to the Biggie case after several leads had gone cold, including a lawsuit against the LAPD, alleging that crooked cops David Mack and Rafael Perez were involved in the murder and cover-up. That lawsuit was later dropped.
It's been so many years. Why hasn't this case been solved?
Well, if you were to ask me, I would say it is solved. I would say that it's solved, but unprosecuted. So this is one of the murder books.
After years of investigating this case, Kading says he can finally prove what many of Biggie's fans suspected. Their beloved Notorious B.I.G. was murdered in retaliation to the killing of Tupac. Kading alleges the hit was ordered from inside county jail.
The time that Biggie Smalls was killed, Suge Knight was in the county jail. So in order for him to communicate with somebody on the street, he had to go through an intermediary, which was this female who was visiting him in jail.
On May 28, 2009, the LAPD and the FBI documented that woman's statement. Her identity is being protected. Kading says the woman worked out an agreement that nothing would be used against her.
But while she's telling us, she's got tears in her eyes, she's clearly frightened.
Kading says the woman would visit Knight pretending to be a legal assistant.
That allows her to go in, sit down with Suge, and have unmonitored visits. Deputies can't overlisten on the phone. They can't stand there and overhear the conversation. So that's how it was set up, so that she could have confidential conversations.
This LAPD statement says, quote, during more than one of these visits, Knight instructed Blank to help him coordinate the murder of Christopher Wallace.
She said that Suge told her, I want you to get a hold of Poochie, figure out what type of money it's going to cost, and tell him that this is what I want done. So there's a series of meetings. She goes and meets with Poochie. They agree on an amount. Suge makes the arrangement for that money to get transferred. She pays Poochie, and he goes and sets himself up at the Peterson Auto Museum and shoots and kills Biggie.
Poochie can be seen in this photograph with several friends, including Knight. His real name, Wardell Fowles, also known as Darnell Bolton.
So we knew that he was somebody who was dangerous, somebody capable of doing these things, but we didn't know it was him until the other co-conspirator confesses.
And by that time, it was too late. Fowles had been dead for years, killed in an unrelated gang shooting. No charges have ever been filed against Suge Knight in this case. Kading says he's extremely disappointed the LAPD hasn't officially closed this case.
I certainly think it is a closed case, and they ought to satisfy history by saying this is the facts and this is why we can't prosecute it, but it is solved.
You met with Biggie's mom. How do you feel about her and what she's gone through?
I love Valletta Wallace. I from the very beginning, me and my partner, that was our sole motivation, was to give her the answers that she deserved. I wish we could have given her the ultimate satisfaction in the case.
They seem to be saying that
Orlando was the shooter and Keefe was in on it, that he had full knowledge of what was going down, and it was revenge for Orlando getting beaten up by Tupac and his team at the MGM after the Tyson fight. Is that correct?
No.
Then who shot Tupac?
It wasn't Anderson, so that's all I got to say about that part.
To summarize, you are saying Orlando was not the shooter, although you won't say who the shooter was. You are not saying whether Keefe was involved in any way in the shooting. And you are saying that if you're called to testify by either side, you will not comply, you will not testify. Do I have that right?
100%. I wouldn't go, I wouldn't testify. None of that. At the end of the day, free Keefe D.
It's been 2 weeks since Metro Police arrested Dwayne Keefe D. Davis in the murder of rap icon Tupac Shakur. Thanks so much for joining us here live at 11. I'm Joe Mueller. Trisha Keene has the night off. That was the first arrest in the 27-year-long investigation. As we await the next court hearing, our Jaewon Jung takes a look at why police say gang culture played a role in this case.
Conflicts between Southern California gangs led to an infamous night in Las Vegas and a shooting on Flamingo and Koval more than 27 years ago. Law enforcement and experts we spoke to say gang lifestyle led to delayed justice in the murder of rap icon Tupac Shakur. Rap label Death Row Records had known ties to gang the Mob Piru in Compton. And witnesses for Nevada grand jury proceedings say the Southside Compton Crips acted as security for rival rap label Bad Boy Records. Those affiliations would lead to violence in LA and then Las Vegas. Police say after members of Death Row Records beat up Southside Compton Crips member Orlando Anderson at the MGM Grand, the Southside Crips would retaliate.
Within a short amount of time, what we knew is that we were working a gang investigation.
Following the drive-by shooting near the Las Vegas Strip, victims and suspects refused to tell police what happened and who shot and killed rap legend Tupac Shakur. Retired LA police detective Greg Kading says gang culture played a role in how long this case has remained open.
That's the whole problem here, is that both of these record labels were allowing gang members to be part of their inner circle.
Those accusations are... Bernard Parks was the chief of police when Poole was investigating. He's now an LA city councilman. He tells CNN Poole's accusations are, quote, absurd, saying, quote, we would have never ignored a lead that could have helped us solve that murder. We couldn't get Suge Knight to sit down for an interview, but he has told CNN he had nothing to do with either murder. Reggie Wright Jr. did agree to appear on camera. He was Death Row Records' head of security who says he ran the company while Suge Knight was in prison.
Did you have anything to do with Tupac's murder?
No, sir.
Or Biggie's?
No, sir.
Wright says he believes that Tupac was simply killed in retaliation for the casino fight, and Suge Knight, whom he says he no longer talks to, was not involved.
Know that he 100% had nothing to do with the murder of Tupac Shakur. Suge Knight. Biggie Small, I honestly do not know.
Both the Los Angeles and Las Vegas police departments say the investigations into the shootings of Tupac Shakur and Biggie Smalls are ongoing.
Attorneys for Death Row Records chief Suge Knight. This document reveals that only days after the shooting in Las Vegas of rapper Tupac Shakur last September, cops already had the name of the man gang informants say pulled the trigger. It should be emphasized this document is based on the word of informants and does not in itself constitute proof of anything. That must be done in court. However, the Compton police document does contain a startling account of the events that led up to Shakur's killing and a shot-by-shot chronicle of the 5-day bloodbath that followed it, a gang war that apparently left 3 men dead and 10 wounded. Here's the story.
This 29-page statement of probable cause offers some intriguing answers. It was written up by Compton Police last September and was attached to a motion filed in February by Suge Knight's defense team as part of their attempt to overturn Knight's probation violation. Based largely on information provided to the Compton Police by their gang informants, the statement, or affidavit, gives an unverified but considerably detailed account of gang-related activity in Compton before and after the shooting of Tupac Shakur. According to the statement of probable cause, 5 days after Shakur was shot, an informant with special knowledge of the activities of the Bloods, identified in the statement as CRI, or Confidential Reliable Informant Number 3, gave police a sequence of events which suggested that the shooting in Vegas might have been the culmination of a beef that began here at the Lakewood Mall. The informant told Compton police that a man named Trevon Lane, an alleged death row affiliate also known as Trey, was at the mall's Foot Locker just behind me in July or August of last year when he was confronted by 7 or 8 members of the Southside Crips. A scuffle ensued, during which Lane's death row medallion was taken from him. Fast forward to September 7th in Las Vegas, the night of the Tyson-Selden fight at the MGM Grand. According to the affidavit, CRI number 3 told the Compton cops that moments after the bout, Trevon Lane was walking through the hotel as part of death row's entourage when he spotted a man later identified as Orlando Anderson, the same man Lane thought who'd taken his medallion at the Lakewood Mall 2 months ago. Lane pointed the man out to Shakur. Shakur confronted Anderson with the question, "You from the South?" An apparent reference to the Southside Crips. Melee ensued, captured on tape by MGM Grand surveillance cameras. Little more than an hour later, as a line of death row cars snaked its way to a party at night's Club 662, a white Cadillac, with California license plates, according to one report, pulled off to the right of Shakur and Knight's vehicle. According to the affidavit, a passenger opened fire with a Glock 40 caliber handgun, grazing Knight and critically wounding Shakur, as members of the death row entourage watched from the cars behind Knight's. In the affidavit, the informant is also said to have told Compton police Trevon Lane was heard at Club 662, declaring that the shooter was the same man who'd been in the melee at the MGM Grand, and that the shooter was, quote, Keefe D's nephew, unquote. According to police, Orlando Anderson is the nephew of the man known as Keefe D. Both are reputed by Compton police to be Southside Crips. Back in Compton on September 9th, the day, according to the affidavit, that another informant noticed a late-model white Cadillac being driven into a local auto shop by Orlando Anderson's cousin, 3 separate blood sects convened at Looters Park. The topic of discussion, according to the affidavit, the need to retaliate against the Southside Crips for the attack on Tupac Shakur. Compton police were told by their informant that 5 sites for drive-by shootings were chosen. 3 potential targets were singled out. At 2:58 that afternoon, at this location on East Alondra, one such man, whose name was mentioned to Las Vegas police as someone who might have been riding in the white Cadillac, was shot in the back. The war was on. 2 days later, at 9:05 on the morning of September 11th, Southside Crip Bobby Finch was gunned down on South Mayo. The next day, Vegas police told Compton cops that they'd received calls that Finch had been riding in the white Cadillac. By early morning on the 14th, 5 more people had been shot in what Compton police regard as related assaults. Meanwhile, 3 Bloods were fired on and wounded in 2 separate shootings. On September 13th, the day Tupac Shakur died, 2 more Bloods were shot and killed by an assailant who fled on foot. As the gang war raged, police in Compton and Las Vegas continued to receive unsubstantiated tips that Tupac Shakur had been shot by Keefe D's nephew, or Baby Lane, aliases, as it turned out, for Orlando Anderson. On the 13th, the affidavit states, one reputed member of the Bloods identified the man who shot him in Compton 2 days earlier as Orlando Anderson. On the 20th, an eyewitness fingered Anderson as the trigger man in an April 1996 homicide. Around that same time, the affidavit states, an informant told one police officer that Anderson had been spotted with a 40 caliber Glock handgun. A potentially significant tip, since it hadn't been yet revealed publicly that a 40 caliber Glock had been used in the attack on Shakur. On October 2nd, as part of a gang sweep, Compton police arrested Anderson in connection with that April 1996 homicide. But the DA's office declined to press charges at that time and asked the cops to gather more evidence. Compton police told MTV News that Anderson remains the prime suspect in the April 1996 homicide, and charges are expected to be formally filed imminently. As for Anderson's attorney, he declined to comment on this and any other allegations contained in the affidavit, and says that he's not been informed that his client remains the prime suspect in that April 1996 homicide. He has previously denied that Anderson was in any way involved with the killing of Shakur. While testifying under oath here at Suge Knight's probation hearing, Orlando Anderson invoked the Fifth Amendment when asked if he was a member of the Crips and denied that Knight had assaulted him. Vegas police questioned him briefly back in October, at which point a Vegas cop was quoted as saying Anderson was not a suspect in Shakur's murder. 4 months later, however, Vegas Sergeant Kevin Manning told the Los Angeles Times that Anderson was indeed a suspect in Shakur's killing, but that his department lacked hard evidence against him. Vegas cops said that since the night of the shooting, they have been unable to speak with Trevon Lane, who the affidavit asserts was involved with the scuffle with Anderson at the Lakewood Mall, pointed Anderson out to Shakur at the MGM Grand, and was heard at Club 662 hours after the shooting, IDing Anderson as the shooter. Efforts by MTV News to speak with Trevon Lane were unsuccessful.
On Wednesday, Orlando Anderson gave an exclusive interview to CNN in which he said he did not kill Tupac Shakur.
Were you involved
in any way in the death of Tupac Shakur?
No, I was not involved. I mean, I'm like a victim. You know what I'm saying? I feel, you know what I'm saying, sorry for him. And, you know, like I said, I was a fan of.
Baby Lane that killed Tupac, he got killed right there. Baby Lane that killed Tupac, he got killed right there. You know what I'm saying? Him and the nigga from Paru, they got into a shootout right up there, you know what I'm saying? So they killed each other, you know what I mean? That's an OG car wash, been here for years as well. This is Alondra right here. Case is right here to the right. We're finna go to the river.
And has he connected with Orlando Anderson, one of the other people?
I don't even know who Orlando Anderson is. I don't know him.
While the music of Tupac Shakur and Notorious B.I.G. live on, so does the mystery of who put an end to their young lives.
Can't believe this. You don't get popped by other cops when you're a cop.
Tupac is just as popular even after his death, and just as visible, with last month's release of his film Gang-Related fueling rumors he's still alive. But autopsy photos published in this new book called The Killing of Tupac Shakur may put an end to those rumors. Meanwhile, the man Las Vegas police once named as suspect in Shakur's murder, alleged Los Angeles Crips gang member Orlando Anderson, is suing the rapper's estate. Anderson has never been charged.
Orlando Anderson completely denies having anything to do with the murder of Tupac Shakur. He does do that. But there's more to the story.
Vibe magazine's latest issue features an interview with Anderson as well as an in-depth look at Tupac's murder. Anderson's lawsuit contends that he was assaulted by the rapper in the lobby of the MGM Grand Hotel, captured here on surveillance video. In turn, Shakur's mother has filed a wrongful death suit against Anderson, alleging that he is the one who fired the gun that killed her son. Suge Knight, the man who was driving the car when Shakur was shot, also alludes to the fact that it was Anderson, who some say is also known as Baby Lane, pulled the trigger.
Suge Knight names an individual named Baby Lane as who he thinks is responsible for Tupac's murder. He does not say Orlando Anderson's name, and Orlando Anderson says that he is not Baby Lane. So it's still quite the mystery.
The death of rapper Notorious B.I.G. also remains unsolved, but one of the people reportedly questioned about his murder is a man by the name of Dwayne Keefe D. Davis. He is allegedly listed in police files as a member of the Los Angeles Crips, and interestingly enough, he is Orlando Anderson's uncle. His car has been seized, but he's not been named as an official suspect, but B.I.G.'s family is not so sure about the police gang theory. The biggest sources of info for LAPD has come from this sketch of a suspect they released shortly after the murder.
It's Orlando Anderson, A-N-D-E-R-S-O-N?
O-R-L-A.
I'm sorry, help me out again.
Oh, you said Anderson, A-N-D-E-R-S-O-N.
Orlando, tell me, Tupac's mother filed a lawsuit Friday. What would you say to Afeni Shakur today?
I mean, first of all,
When did you hear that Tupac was shot? And where did you hear?
when I heard that Tupac was shot, when I was at home, my family was at home, like.
No, which one is it? Okay. Because he's drinking. That's not a very good sign.
You know, it was like I was like a big fan of his. To me, he was like, when you say Tupac, he was like, you know what I'm saying, Marvin Gaye.
Conspiracy, but rather a few individuals that were very good at gaming the system. After Tupac was dead, and having missed their opportunity to kill Suge Knight, the conspirators put him in prison so they could rape and plunder death row records. They were able to sell most of their crimes, leading up to the murders, as a gang thing that was unsolvable. When the narrative didn't gain traction, they elevated the narrative by killing Biggie as an East Coast-West Coast feud that was equally unsolvable. They sold this narrative through Tim Brennan's affidavit. Then they sold it through Chuck Phillips' LA Times articles. As the truth began to emerge in Biggie and Tupac and the Wallace civil trials, they suppressed the truth in the first trial and used Wayman Anderson to sell the narrative and derail the second trial. To galvanize this narrative, they used an ex-LAPD cop to sell it yet again. They'll do anything to obfuscate the truth and sell you this murder as unsolvable, in spite of hundreds of witnesses in very public places, because they are still gaming the system.
not say that we have pinpointed one particular person. There are some people, and I can't elaborate as to the names, but there are some people that came up early. There were a lot of names that came up through the course of the investigation. Many of them we could eliminate right away based on the information that was given to us, because we knew there's still some information we know that has not been made public, and it's helped us to eliminate the nonsense that comes in, and unfortunately there is a lot of it.
After Tupac was shot, the New Yorkers went home and told Puffy's bodyguard, Eugene Deal, exactly what had happened in Las Vegas. In his police interview, he got all the details right.
It was just Daddy and some other people I know from New York. They were in Vegas the night Pop got killed. You know what I'm saying? They arrived in the same crib that rolled with us to Vegas that time. And Pop seen them. And Pop stepped to them and those are those mark-ass niggas that be fucking with them niggas from New York. That's what was said.
Now, were you there for this?
No, I wasn't there.
You were told.
I was told. That's why I said it was pretty hearsay. And one of the kids that ripped off Pop, one of Pop them friends, you know, a long time ago or something like that. You know, like I said, this fight group broke out. You know what I'm saying? And that's how that incident happened. And one of the kids called his uncle, who was a head, one of the head guys in Compton and stuff like that. And then next thing you know, Pop gets shot up.
We also found an informant who was a Southside Crip and associate of all these guys who confirmed Keefe D's story.
Who was in Las Vegas that you know on that deal, on that night that Tupac got killed?
Mondo, Keith, T. Brown, Dre.
More importantly, this informant claimed that he had personally seen Orlando Anderson and DeAndre Smith in a white Cadillac in Compton the day after Tupac was shot, and that DeAndre, not Orlando, had bragged about shooting Tupac.
Dre and Orlando, they came back bragging about what happened out there. They seen Tupac and Big Suge, I think, in a BMW, and he said he let off on him.
Man, I let off on Tupac.
Dre said he himself let off on him. What does let off on him mean?
Shooting a person. Like it was a big old joke or something. It's a big joke. You can tell when a person nervous. They was nervous when they got back talking. You know, you can tell they had nerves. You know.
The informant also confirmed what Keefe D had said about the Cadillac being a rental car.
Yeah, that was a rental car they had.
How'd you know that Cadillac was a rental car?
Because every time they go to Vegas, they get rental cars. They get a rental car because if you're going out of town and the police ever find something and it's a rental car, they can't really put it on them. If you see Keith right now, 9 times out of 10, he in a rental car right now.
Who besides yourself down there knows, for one, knows about these guys killing Tupac?
Shit, pretty sure everybody around there knew about it.
Prior to our interviews with Keefe D in late 2008, I'd been asked to put together a list of the most likely suspects. He'd have been at the top of the list. Knowing that didn't make us great detectives, it was just common sense.
I had a person I was talking to who told me that she was related to Orlando Anderson, and she told me that at family gathering, Orlando Anderson would brag about killing Tupac.
Orlando was so committed to boasting about the shooting of Tupac that even his uncle Keefe D had to scold him and tell him to keep his mouth shut and quit talking about it. Instead, Orlando Anderson goes on CNN with his attorney.
I mean, I've been thinking, you know, maybe I'm like scapegoat or something. I just want to let everybody know. You know what I'm saying? I ain't, you know what I'm saying? I didn't do it.
Immediately after the murder of Tupac Shakur, Compton police knew that Orlando Anderson was involved. They knew this because of their confidential informants, Southside Crip informants who were telling them so. In fact, they conducted search warrants and even arrested Orlando Anderson. Unfortunately, though, for Las Vegas police, there wasn't enough evidence for prosecution. Orlando Anderson lawyered up, and everything else was just circumstantial, not enough to get a criminal filing.
All right, here we go. I think we have one of the most controversial figures in hip hop right now. Keefy D is in the building. How's everything?
I'm all right. And how's I'm controversial?
You're pretty controversial. You're pretty controversial. But let's go ahead and get into your whole story. So you grew up in Compton.
Yes.
And you know, these days people have a certain perception of Compton being kind of a violent area, a gang area. But when you grew up there, it was totally different.
When it first started out, yeah.
Okay, talk about that a little bit.
It was all white. All our neighbors was white. Moved out there in 1965. And yeah, most of our neighbors was white. Then the blacks started coming in like 1969, 70, 71. And started converting into black community.
Okay. And you actually dealt with some racism as a kid.
Yeah.
Talk about that.
One day, me and my mom was coming from the store, and some white dudes in a '57 Chevy came up. I was like 4 or 5 years old. He like called us a bunch of N-words, you know, and I kind of feel scared, you know what I'm saying? Because I remember Martin Luther King had just passed away during then and all that. Yeah. So I was kind of scared, yeah.
Okay. And your dad was a Marine?
Yeah.
Okay, and how many total kids was there total?
12.
12 kids?
Yeah.
All the same parents?
Yeah.
Wow, okay. And I guess you guys are related to Nat Turner?
Yes.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
You know, for those that don't know, Nat Turner had one of the biggest slave revolts in history, where he killed off a bunch of the slave masters, and you know, until they finally caught up to him.
Yeah.
So here you are living in Compton, and it's mostly white families.
Yes.
And at one point, you have something called white flight.
Yes.
So explain to me what exactly that is and how that happened in Compton.
Well, once the blacks started moving in, the whites started moving out to different areas, to the suburbs, stuff like that, Riverside, Paris, all that type of areas, stuff like that.
Okay. And they were actually buying homes during that time.
Yes.
Okay. So you have this black community who has money, who have home ownership. At what point does it start to get, you know, kind of more rough though?
I say like about 75, 76. I had my first run-in with some gang violence in like 75, 76.
Okay.
I was on my way from the Savon's drugstore down there on Long Beach Boulevard. We was on our way back. Once we passed Palmer, it was a liquor store called Drive Through Liquor right there on Long Beach Boulevard. And there was a gang of Pyrus right there. Little George, Herman Jr., Willie T. And ran into me. I ran into Willie T and he socked me, took my little 10-speed, drove off, kind of kicked me in the chest. So, yeah, that was my first really violent thing that happened to me.
Okay.
I was about 9 years old.
And what year did the gang start to form in Compton?
What year? Like 70, 69, 70.
Okay. Yeah. So a little bit before that time.
Yeah.
And what were the gangs that first started out in that area?
It was the Grandies and Boot Hill was the first two gangs in Compton. And Spooktown. And the Grandies became Nutty Block. Yeah, it was the first gangs. We came along about 71, 72.
Okay. And were there actually Crips and Bloods originally, or did that come a little bit later?
There was Crips and Bloods in Compton, Crips and Bloods, and it was yeah.
Okay. And your particular gang, they weren't Crips in the beginning.
They was called US, Us Boys.
Right.
Yeah.
But then you guys became Crips later on.
Like 71, 72, yeah.
So why is that? Why did you guys go from being the Us Boys to Southside Crips?
I didn't, I wasn't really old enough to really know about that. But, yeah, I wasn't old enough to know about that. Back then I was into sports, baseball, football, stuff like that. And I was like the ball boy for Compton College basketball team.
Right.
It's like #1 in the nation every year. Send a lot of dudes to the pros, UCLA and stuff like that. So I was basically up into that type of stuff.
So at what point did you start to join a gang?
Really, I was in the gang when I was young. I lived in there. I lived in the hood, so I claimed it, the hood, but I really got into the gang in like junior high school. About 6th, 7th grade, yeah.
Okay, so you were, about 13, 14 years old?
About 12.
12 years old?
12 years old, yeah.
Okay. And what made you want to join a gang at that point?
What made me want to join the gang?
Yeah.
It was just, we was all like a family. We stuck together, stuff like that. And, I was from that neighborhood, so I might as well ride with that,
Okay.
whatever.
So did you get jumped in?
No.
No.
That
wasn't happening.
I'm like original. On the originals, yeah.
Okay. And was that Southside Crips at that point?
Yes.
Okay.
Southside Crips, Compton Crips, yeah.
Okay. And who was Southside beefing with at that time?
Mostly the East Side Bloods, like Ams, Luther Sparks. The mobs wasn't out there, so mostly the mob was still Luther Sparks. Yeah.
Okay. And what started happening in the beginning as you're joining 12, 13 years old? What type of missions were you going out on?
I wasn't going on no missions. I did no missions, no.
But so what type of gang things were you doing during that time?
I was just representing my turf, you know. Yeah.
Were there fist fights?
Fist fights, yeah. Wasn't really gunplay till I got a little older.
Okay. Yeah. So there was no stabbings, there was no...
It was just fist fights, stuff like that. Compton Parade, the Crips would come from Compton High School, and at the end, the Compton Parade would start at Compton High and at the end at Luther Park. So Compton High was known for like Crip High, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. And Luther Park was known for the Pyrus over there. It was like Herman Jr., Marcus Nunn, bartender and stuff like that, dudes, things like that.
Okay. And you just mentioned this. You were a ball boy for Compton College.
Yes.
And that's when the drug dealing first started.
For me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Kinda, yeah.
Can you explain that?
With the baseball coach, he was buying weed, from me, stuff like that. So one day I went up there, and he just he brought the ounce of weed from me for $60, and he pulled out his drawer. And he like, yo man, see what you can do with this. And from then on, shit, that's when I came in the drug game.
And that was cocaine.
Yeah, coke.
Okay.
It was costing like $3,500 an ounce.
And this is before crack?
This is before crack.
Okay.
It's doing quarter teas. Quarter tea, it costs you $50. You just get teaspoon things, put it in the teaspoon, level it off, boom, put it in a snow seal.
Okay. So now you're in high school and you're starting to sell coke.
Yeah.
So now you have money coming in.
Exactly.
And you're a Southside Crip as well.
Yes.
How does that start to escalate at that point?
Well, I caught a couple of cases, and these dudes that I caught a couple of drug cases.
So the drug dealing starts to build up,
yes.
and you start getting busted.
Yeah.
And you end up getting 4 years when you were 20.
Yeah.
Okay. Was that the first time you went to prison?
Yes.
Okay.
The first time I did these guys that jumped me. I came out of the liquor store, and they had hit the corner. So I was getting in my car. I had a white '68 Chevy back then. Getting in my car and they hit the corner. It was like 8 of them. Had bats, sticks, and all kind of shit. So some kind of way they got my door open. You know what I'm saying? My passenger door. So they kind of fucked me up, gave me a concussion, broke my little jaw and stuff. So I went to my house. They didn't have AKs back then. They had 30-30s. We got my 30-30, had 2 clips, and I put my 9mm in my back. So on my way, I hit the corner. This main dude that hit me in the head, I stopped at his house. He ran in the house, and I unloaded the clips in his house. Then I hit the corner. His brother was out there. So I jumped out the car with the gun. Dude was on the gate. He was like this, but it was too many witnesses, so I didn't chop him up. So I just hit him with the butt of the gun, and me and my homies rushed his motherfucking ass, and I went to the pen for that.
Oh, so it was actually over, I guess, assault.
It was all they ran all the shit concurrent, my drug case and that case there too.
Okay, so at 20 years old, you're now going to the penitentiary.
Yeah.
For the first time.
Yeah. I went to DVI. It's called Tracy.
Okay.
It was like 3,700 inmates, and half the line was Crips. So it was really more Crip. That was like Crip capital of California back then, of the state prison. No bloods allowed whatsoever.
Okay. But there was also the Black Guerrilla family. Was there a faction of that there or not really?
They had like Latif. They had some generals up there, some soldiers, but they didn't really have no soldiers. So it was really, it was our yard. So yeah.
Okay.
And that's when the Crips had started taking over the prison system.
Okay.
And the whole prison system was really ours.
Okay, and you said it was like gladiator school.
Yeah, Tracy was. Yeah, about 13 people died within the 3-4 years I was there.
13 people.
About 13 people. Yeah.
Okay.
First day I hit the yard, Mexican fought on the knife. Bam! Like, damn, this shit is serious. Behind the wall shit. Yeah. They had a gun tower in the middle of the yard. They had fire that thing off all the time. So yeah.
Okay.
It was kind of dangerous.
And I guess there are rapes going on as well?
Yeah, but I stayed away from that type of shit.
Right.
Yeah. Back then it was only like 8 prisons. You had to really do something to go to prison. They just didn't take everybody to prison. Now there's like 40 prisons. They'll take anybody to fucking prison now. Yeah. And you had to really do something back then to go to prison.
So you get out 4 years later?
Yeah.
You're 24?
Yeah, 24, 25, yeah.
Now, for some people, prison makes them say, I'm not going to do anything more illegal. I'm done. But you went the exact opposite way.
No, it just made me smarter. That's all. Made me speak smarter. It made me a little rougher. And made my thoughts a little bit better.
Okay. And by that time, was crack already out?
Yeah, crack was out, yeah.
Okay.
Crack was out before I left.
Okay.
Yeah.
What did you see different when crack hit Compton?
It really messed up our community. And because mothers was neglecting their kids, you know what I'm saying? Fathers went, running off on spend their whole paycheck. It was really kind of fucked up our community. And as I look back at it, I think I was a part of it. And I asked the Lord to forgive me a few times for that.
I interviewed Freeway Ricky.
Yeah.
And he said that he sold crack to his own relatives. And he's aware of the damage.
We didn't really know what the dope was gonna do. I used to look at cocaine like I look at weed now.
Really?
Yeah.
But did you look at crack the way you look at weed? Really?
I had never saw a crackhead.
Okay.
It was a time that there wasn't a crackhead.
But after a year or two.
It takes longer than a year.
Really?
Yeah.
How long does someone go from smoking crack to becoming a crackhead?
Well, it's a cardinal who it is. There's people that can function, that keep their job, that can say, you know what, I'm gonna smoke a $10 piece every day, I'm gonna smoke a $20 piece every other day. And then there's the ones who would say, you know what, I've been working on this job for 20 years, I'm tired of this damn job, I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna be a dope dealer, smoker. And they just go all the way with it. So it varies on person to person. But I don't think that when it started that we knew that our people were gonna get hooked on crack. Cause I sold to my people. I sold to my girlfriend. I gave my girlfriend, gave my uncles, my brothers. I used to give them all those.
So you did the same thing. You sold drugs to your own family members.
Absolutely.
Okay. How many of them became addicts?
A lot of them did.
A lot of them did.
But then I helped them get off.
Okay.
The ones who wanted to. Now I got an uncle, he's 70-something years old. He said he don't see no reason to quit smoking crack.
Were you doing stuff like that?
I wouldn't, no. Once I got out of prison, I didn't really have to touch the stuff no more. And I didn't really have to touch the stuff. I made myself smarter when, when riding around with it and nothing like that. I use other guys to do that.
All right,
So it was really kind of hard for the local police to get me. You know what I'm saying? Where I wouldn't have to touch the stuff. So I thought about that shit. The whole 4 years I was in jail, I had to put my plan together while I was in there. I just wasn't in there left with different ways doing this. I was thinking of a plan, master plan.
Right. I mean, a lot of times I hear prison is like criminal school or criminal college where you learn how to.
Well, I went to UCLA while I was in high school, in the upper bound program. Stayed there, 9 weeks out of the year. And, it was, I really had book sense, street sense, and common sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I just put them all three together, and that's what made KVD,
Okay. So you get out, and at one point you actually get a Colombian connect.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was going around buying 3 birds from this person, 5 birds from this person, and I happened to have one of my OG partners in the car with me. He like, man, you got to go all them different places just to get fucking 15 keys. He like, man, I got a plug for you. I'm like, okay, cool. And so he set up a dinner date with the dude. We get there, we pull up in my rag vet. We get there, my boy, we met him on right there in Lakewood. At that Denny's on the 91 in Lakewood Boulevard right there. So we sitting there eating and stuff. Dude pull up in a Plymouth Climbing, tripped me the fuck out. He had on glasses and everything, looked like a square, young too, So we ate and stuff. He like, ooh. So he said he ain't got nothing right now. He gonna get back with me later. So me and my boy pulled off. Like, damn, he don't even look like he got nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, that mother bad motherfucker. So I went on out of town. When I got back, I went copped some more shit. It just so happened I see the food on Long Beach Boulevard. It was on from that day on.
Okay. And I guess the first time you did business with your Colombian guy, he gave you 148 kilos on consignment.
Oh man, he like I was like I was gonna bring him like 200,000-300,000, and he like man, keep your money. You don't need the money. So shit, we went in a 1-bedroom apartment. Hit that motherfucking we went in the kitchen. Motherfucker opened up all the cabinets. The whole shit was full of birds. I'm like, damn. First time I ever seen that many birds, and we boxed them up in the U-Haul boxes, left up out of there, and he charged me 11,000 for each one. So, bam, I was on after that.
Okay, and I guess you add all that together, you're looking at like $2.5 million.
Man, all
of cocaine.
Yeah.
So you start distributing all that. All that started getting rocked up and distributed, and oh, so you were just selling the kilos?
Yeah, selling kilos.
Okay,
shooting them out of town.
That was just faster.
Different states and everything. Once you get on that level, you ain't got to do that rocking up shit.
Okay, well, because Freeway Ricky, he had a massive operation, but he had actual crack houses, and he was moving like 500,000 crack rocks a day. Like, it was like something crazy about. you were moving 100 kilos a day. You had a dozen crack houses that were making 40,000 in profit a day. And you had a network of dealers that were moving 500,000 crack rocks a day. When you look at these types of numbers, and this is all, you've laid all this out in your book, it is a staggering amount of drugs. I mean, 500,000 rocks a day. Like, when you look at that right now, how do you even come to grips with it?
I don't know. It's like, you know, that was just something I stumbled upon. You know, it was only when I really got in prison that I really understood the magnitude.
He's in LA, we from Compton. We do it a little different.
Okay.
We use the street level dudes to do that type of shit.
Did you guys ever cross paths? You and
No,
on the
I
freeway?
never crossed paths with him. One of my partners went to jail with him on that case down there in San Diego. Yeah, that's when I crossed paths with him.
Okay. Well, there was also the PCP.
Yeah.
And you described cooking PCP as one of those ancient hood secrets.
No, I wouldn't call it that. We ain't let nobody in that game, you know. The city of Compton and Watts, they ain't letting people in that game.
Okay, because I guess with PCP, if you don't know what you're doing, you like blow up your whole house.
Yeah, you can fuck yourself up.
Okay. And PCP, I mean, cocaine and crack is a hard drug, but PCP is on a whole different level.
Yeah.
You know, we've interviewed people that have, like, one guy cut off his own penis and, like, you know, like crazy shit.
I was high as a motherfucking man with no sleep and shit, and just frustrated because, you know, I couldn't talk to my babies and shit like that. And I had I'm paying 3 child support payments when I'm not seeing none of my kids and shit.
Right.
And then I really thought for that moment in time that I'm really hurting myself, just, you know, not having a vasectomy or whatnot, you know, or that. And,
okay.
And it was just like, I was gonna give myself one, to tell you the truth, you know what I mean?
That's the reason.
And I blasted off high.
So
you know what I'm
you
saying? I was watching
grabbed-
Family Guy.
Okay.
Watching Family Guy, and we said this shit, Family Guy, and American Dad. So I was like in the cartoon world. So when you smoke that wet PCP, you be like, you know, and shit is like you're
in the cartoon?
You're in the electronic world. You're in the neutron world. The shit is just not, you know, what happens in the subatomic world is different what happens in this reality.
So you were in a fantasy world.
Not necessarily fantasy world, I wouldn't even say.
Well, you were
I was just in a
you were
world.
a different world.
I was in a subatomic world. Let's
You were
say
in a
that.
subatomic world, and you grabbed a knife?
I don't know what I grabbed. Whatever nigga told you what I grabbed might be queer because I don't know what I grabbed. It's like I would have turned my head at that point. You know what I'm saying? But shout out to my niggas. I ain't say nobody's queer because I don't know what they said, but somebody said I grabbed a knife, I cut my shit, then I went back and I sliced, and I did some you know, some Ginzu shit. It's like, nah, I don't know. No.
You don't remember it, but
I remember I made a flooper. I made a slice that was too, put away the knife or what I grabbed, but that was too sharp. It was too sharp because what I did, my shit was like, that shit was too sharp. It was, I won't say it was too sharp. I was too fucked up. To be honest, I grabbed some type of knife. I must have grabbed some type of knife, a steak knife. You know what I'm saying? And niggas who see me grab a steak knife, they justify it. Because I would have looked at my ass too if I don't want to grab the knife as high as I was, tell you the truth. Make sure my life was not in jeopardy. So I recant that statement, but I did grab the knife, and it was like out of frustration due to the fact I couldn't see my kids, and vasectomy and monk type of shit was on my mind. You know what I mean?
Were you moving both PCP and cocaine, or once cocaine came, then it just was more lucrative that way?
I was just mostly cocaine.
Okay. All right, so now you have a Colombian plug.
Yes.
Who's giving you hundreds of kilos on consignment.
Yes.
Did you ever have a situation where you couldn't pay him back?
Never.
Never.
No.
So he gave you those, he would give you a bunch of keys, you'd bring back the money next time, and so forth and so forth. But shit happens though. The police bust you, people steal, you try to ship shit and it doesn't show up. So it's not like this is an easy
Colombians,
business.
let me cut you off. Colombians ain't gonna just give their shit to anybody.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You got to be able, you know what I'm saying? You got to cover your ass.
No, you gotta
know what
put
I'm
in
saying?
some work.
And they ain't gonna give it to no softball person because people will take their shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You know, they got gangsters out there where I grew up at, Compton, Watts area, they'll take your shit in a heartbeat. Have your ass tied up, cut your dick off and put it in your ass, put it in your mouth, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So I never had no situations like that ever in my life.
Okay, because you know, with the drug dealers came the drug robbers.
Exactly.
You know,
Yeah.
just like everything else in life. The guys that basically didn't want to sell drugs, they just wanted to rob drug dealers.
Yeah, they had people like doing that too, yeah.
But you
Then they
never-
had the squares going to school, going to job.
But you never got robbed.
Never.
Okay. Well, in the book, you said at one point you were eating 300 kilos a month.
Yeah.
Well, actually, you maxed out at 800 kilos a month.
No, never. I
No?
never had no 800.
What says here? Maxed out 700 to 800 kilos a month, pulling in a cool for.
Oh, some months that when there'd be a drought, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I can go, yeah. Like the shit'd go so fucking quick, 2 or 3 days, the shit'd be gone. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. I mean, so now you're touching millions of dollars.
Exactly.
What are you doing with all this money?
Oh, having fun. I was buying Armani, Brioni suits.
Yeah, but
all
you
kinds
can't
of
buy
going
enough
to fights, fights, just, gambling, all that shit. My Colombian boy loved to gamble. That motherfucker was like the devil, man. That motherfucker never lost, man. Never lost, I swear. We'd be in Caesar's Palace, and these fucking chips would be up this fucking aisle, like, what the fuck is... I said, you the fucking devil, dude. Swear to God, you the devil. This motherfucker never lost. He'd go to the fucking bicycle club, won 140,000. I'm like, what the fuck? That motherfucker was lucky as hell, motherfucker. But I found out he wasn't the devil because the people downtown took his ass down. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, he got busted eventually.
Yeah, he got busted.
Okay, and that was your main plug.
Yeah, that was the main plug.
Okay, let's just rewind for a second. You're not moving all this stuff in Compton.
No.
You're starting to go interstate.
Yeah.
You know, when Ice Cube made the song.
Yeah, he was snitching.
He was snitching.
Rappers always snitching.
My summer vacation.
Yeah, all that. St. Louis niggas taking cornerback. All that, yeah. Like, damn, Ice Cube, fuck. You know, him, Jeezy too. The rims and more birds, the bigger the rims and all that. That's crazy.
Right, because you guys were putting cocaine in the rims.
No, I never put no. I was smoother than that.
Okay, but other people were.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you have this operation that's bringing in millions and millions of dollars a month, and your plug gets busted.
Yeah.
But there's people way above him.
Yeah.
And we talk about
when he got busted, his brother came.
Okay.
A couple of days later, I'm like, man, you want to keep on going? I'm like, boom, yeah.
Now, is this part of the Pablo Escobar's operation, the Medellin cartel, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did they ever ask you to fly to Colombia yourself?
No, I was on parole. Like a couple of them years. I never went down there, no.
You didn't want to send anybody down there?
No, I ain't going to, no.
Too dangerous?
Yeah. Too
Okay.
dangerous,
Yeah, Escobar didn't play around.
Exactly.
Okay. And also, if you didn't pay him back.
Yeah. They
There's some
come
serious.
kill your whole family.
Yeah.
All that, yeah.
Well, he was
Columbia
killing.
bow tie.
He was killing politicians.
Yeah.
I mean, he
didn't
didn't.
fuck about no shit.
He didn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Okay. So you were basically one of Pablo Escobar's guys in the U.S.
Yeah.
Okay. Your plug gets busted. His brother takes over, so business just doesn't even
kept
slow
on
down.
rolling, yeah.
Well, what ultimately happens with that whole operation?
Shit. After September, last time I seen him was September the 9th, 1996. Last time I seen him.
Okay.
Because the newspaper article came out, Keefy D nephew in the LA Times got into a shoot Tupac at the MGM.
Okay.
And I met him at the gas station. He had the little time article.
Okay, and we'll get into that part of the story. I see what you're saying. So basically, yeah. I'm just going to chronologically kind of head through. I see what you mean though. Basically,
he got the fuck on.
He got the fuck on because of that. Right. Got it. Yeah. Okay. So here you are making all this money, hand over fist. You have this operation, and you don't have to touch anything at this point because you're essentially a kingpin.
Yeah. You know, like Reggie Wright said the other day on your interview, he said, it was somebody else he taking the credit for it.
Think. What was the biggest bust that you knew of in Compton while you were working?
A guy named Fink who Keefy D trying to take credit for it, saying it was his, but it was Fink's though. He had 63 kilos, and he was moving it. He had an old man driving a camper, you know, and his family, like they were going on a trip, going up, you know, because they was moving it back south, because that's where you can get more money for your keys at. But they were trying to look like a family. But you know, they had informants, you know, had an informant that said, hey, this old man about to, you know, move about 63, 70 keys across the country. And we stopped them and seized the camper and the trailer. We was always told it was Fink, but I recently heard in this book, Keefy D trying to take credit like it was his, but I don't believe that.
Yeah, I wish he would have told them dudes downtown that, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, he was just a low-level cop. He wouldn't know fucking what's going on. Evidently, I was doing a hell of a job. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but the people downtown, the big boys, you know, like the FBI, they knew what was going on. You know what I'm saying?
At one point, Compton becomes a hip-hop mecca.
Yeah.
Starting with Eazy-E.
Exactly. Back in like 82, about 81, 82, we used to cook at his mama's house.
At Eazy-E's house?
Yeah, cook up the big shit. This is before I went to the prison. Used to cook up, and he used to be in the back room playing that shit. I was like, man, that's some bullshit. I swear to God. I used to tell you, man, that shit is garbage. So once I went to the pen, I had been hearing the music all the time because they didn't have no, you know, they only had 3 TV stations up there, so you didn't see no videos or nothing like that. I had been walking with my cassette tape, listening to this, cruising down the street at 164.
Yeah. So
one of the homies came up there and said, man, what the hell Eric Wright doing? I said, man, you ain't heard that song, Cruising Down the Street at 164? Like, that's Eazy-E. I said, man, you got to be bullshitting. He said, yeah. So, yeah, Eazy was like, you know, working with us and everything. He started off, but I thought that shit wasn't gonna work, but that shit, he came up like a motherfucker.
Well, Eazy-E was a Kelly Park crip.
Yeah.
Was Southside and Kelly Park cool?
Yeah, the whole Alondra is really cool.
Okay.
Yeah, the whole Alondra is all Crips.
Okay. How big of a drug dealer was Eazy?
Before I went, he was just selling like 8 balls, 4.5 and stuff like that.
So he never got to kilos or?
No, he never got to kilos.
Okay.
He hit the music industry, hit it rich.
Right.
So he basically, you sell drugs to be successful to get up out that shit.
Yeah.
And to get out the gang and all that shit, you know, so you can provide for your family. Well, the kids these days are doing this shit is backwards. Like Chris Breezy, what's that other dude name? What's that dude? Soldier Boy.
Mm-hmm.
All them dudes doing that shit backwards. They wait to get $1 million to get in the game.
Right.
And I feel Suge did the same thing too.
Yeah.
He waited and got rich to get in the game.
Yeah.
I was stupid as fuck. I'm quite sure my boy when he got with him, if he knew he was gonna do that shit backwards like that, because he was a college student.
Yeah. But we'll talk about all that.
Yeah.
So when Boys in the Hood came out, and I remember I was living in the Bay.
Yeah.
It was like the biggest shit ever.
Yeah.
Because it was so different, and the production was so crazy.
Yeah.
With Dr. Dre and Ice Cube writing the rhymes, it all came together like a perfect storm.
Exactly.
And I never even heard of Compton.
For real?
Yeah, because I was living in the Bay.
Okay.
You know, I wasn't going to, I'd never been to LA, so Compton wasn't this national city, you know, known worldwide how it is now. So he's yelling Compton and everything else like that. And it just put Compton on the hip hop map.
Yeah. Well, before then, though, Compton had a lot of athletes, a lot of baseball players like Lonnie Smith, Reggie Smith, what's the other dude, Kenny Landreau. You know, Compton had a lot of athletes, football players, basketball players. Dennis Johnson lived on my street, played for the Boston Celtics. He grew up on my block. Yeah.
Okay. NWA blows the fuck up.
Yeah.
But then, after the first album, Ice Cube leaves.
Yeah.
Then the second album comes out, and then Dr. Dre wants to leave.
Yeah.
And that's when Suge Knight starts to come in.
Right.
Because he's friends. You know, I've interviewed DOC.
Yeah.
He talked about the whole story, how him and Suge was cool, and him and, you know, DOC and Dre were cool. So now they come up with an idea. I think originally it was called Future Shock Records.
Yeah.
And now they want to basically take Dr. Dre and Michelle A into this new record company.
When Dre and I decided to do this label, it was called Future Shock. That's what Dre wanted to call it.
Future Shock
Future Shock.
Records.
Yeah, or some Future Shock Entertainment, something.
Okay. In the process of trying to get Death Row going, you, Dre, and Michelle A were still under contract at Ruthless.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you had actually known Suge Knight as a kid.
Yeah, we played football. His daddy, he's the original Suge one.
Mm-hmm.
And then he had a uncle named T, Chili. And I wound up in the federal prison with one of them.
Okay.
Out there in Safford, Arizona.
Well, once you start hitting 12, 13, 14 years old, and you start getting involved in gangs, from what I understand, Suge was not.
No, Suge wasn't. No, he played football with us. He was a good kid. Daddy and him had some money, trucking companies, Benzos, fucking nice vans and all that shit, nice ass vans. That's when the black community was into them vans and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Suge, Daddy and them, they had money. We used to go after the football game, we used to go over to the house, go swimming, eat hot dogs and chips, punch and shit like that.
Right, and Suge was actually a really good football player.
Not back then.
Right, well, as he got to high school, because he ended up going to...
Pop Warner, he was a lineman. He didn't get no shine. But his cousin, Ronald and Donald, they was on our team too, the twins.
Mm-hmm.
One of them played quarterback, the other one played tight end.
Okay.
And I was like the running back.
He got good in high school, and then he went to UNLV.
Yeah.
Okay. Were you guys in any sort of contact between Pop Warner and you know, high school and college or whatever?
No, I never seen him at the Pop Warner.
Okay.
Never seen him.
Well, I think he ends up getting drafted by I think the Rams or something like that.
Yeah.
It's some pro team, but it doesn't work out.
Yeah.
Something happens, and then he
That
comes
Don
back.
Cherry shit you talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He ends up coming back to Compton, and then he starts kind of dabbling into the music industry.
Yeah.
So Suge is trying to form this record label. He gets into contact with Eazy-E, but Eazy-E doesn't want to just let his artists go and so forth. But ultimately, some situations happen, and he gets a release for Dr. Dre and Michelle A.
See, that I watched that movie and stuff like that. I don't think that shit true because Eazy had the whole Alondra behind him. And Alondra a little bit was harder than Little Rosecrans back then. You know what I'm saying? He had the Atlantic Drives, the Kelly Park, Inn Hoods, Southside, Spook Town, just name it.
Okay.
Acacia, the whole Alondra was behind him. So we put a let no red rags do Eazy like that. You know what I'm saying? So that was, I think that was a fucked up shit.
Yeah, I heard Eazy never got beat up.
No, hell no.
I've talked to, I mean, even Mob
He was the
James.
Kane got us.
Yeah, I mean, I just talked to Mob James yesterday, and he even told about the meeting where they went down to try to get the contracts for Eazy-E, for Dr. Dre, and Jerry Heller was there, but Eazy wasn't even in the office. Suge has a problem with Eazy-E because he has Michelle A and Dr. Dre that want to sign with him, but here's Eazy over here who holds all their contracts in place.
Exactly.
So now you guys go to try to get these contracts. Now, this was played out in the NWA movie, but from what I understand, the way it was played out is not what actually happened.
No.
From your point of view.
My point of view, I was there.
Okay.
We went into the office.
his security was there. Jerry Heller was
Okay.
in.
So let's just rewind for a second. So it's you, Suge, and how many more people?
It's me, Suge, and 3 others. I don't want to say their names because I don't know if they want to be mentioned out there like that. So me, Suge, and 3 others, 3 of the little homeboys. And we went in there. Suge said, I need to get at Jerry them to get miscellaneous them contracts.
Okay. So this is Ruthless Records office.
This is Ruthless, yeah, they office.
Okay. And Jerry Heller was there?
Jerry Heller was there.
Okay, he was an old Jewish man.
Yeah. I mean, the movie was just straight booty because it didn't happen like that. We went in there, the security guard was standing right there like as if to hold us up on going in there. You better get the fuck out the way. Dude bagged up.
Oh, so you guys pulled out guns on security?
I had a little bitty ass 25. I'm incriminating myself on this goddamn thing. But I had a little pistol.
Okay.
And Jerry can't testify now. Didn't he pass away?
He passed away.
Okay, so he can't testify. So this cat, he know who he is, got out the way when he seen this little 25. He moved. Suge went there, I closed the door.
Okay.
For Suge to deal with Jerry. Handle your business.
So you're not even in the room?
No.
So, but Jerry's in the room with this big Suge Knight guy.
Just them 2. Suge got a check out of him, and he got Dre's shit. He got their contracts out of Jerry's cabinet or whatever the case would be. Easy, he couldn't get.
Okay, because I had heard stories that, Jerry Heller was put in a trunk or something else. None of that happened.
No, hell no. We walked out of there, and he was sitting at his desk where Suge left him, walked out of there. I don't think Suge had to put his hands on him or nothing. He was that scared.
Yeah. So Easy never got beat up.
Right? No. Hell no. He would have came to us. We didn't let that happen to him.
Okay.
You know?
Were you still cool with Easy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Real cool with him.
Yeah. Well, he was like the hero of Compton. I'm sure everyone loved Easy.
Yeah. He was my little partner, yeah.
Yeah.
Plenty of love, yeah.
Okay. So you're not thinking about the music industry at all at this point?
No.
You're a drug dealer.
I could have really been the CEO of Death Row.
Yeah.
But I turned that shit down. I rather did the street shit.
Okay. Yeah. Well, there's a situation in Hidden Hills.
At Hidden Hills? Oh yeah. We had the day before Hidden Hills. We had a lowrider contest, hop contest at the hydraulic place that we had called Compton Hydraulics. And he came up there, him and his boys and shit. He told us he gave us a video shoot. So we exchanged numbers. He called me and told me to come out to Hidden Hills. So we get there. It's Reggie Jr. and Sergeant Reynolds out in front of the gate. They got on the right way security jackets. And immediately Reynolds like, I don't know what the fuck y'all come out here for. Y'all ain't getting in. I said, what? He's like, yeah, what, fuck y'all out here for? This Reynolds, Sergeant Reynolds, cold hater. So this girl was going in the gate that I knew. I told her to go get Suge. So Suge came down the hill, and he like, what up, KBD? And shit. I said, man, this fool, you invited us out here, now this fool talking about we ain't getting in. He like, who all with you? It was like 18 of us. So he told him let us all in. So I looked at that fool Reynolds like, yeah, bitch. And walked on up the hill and shit. So boom, get up there. They got on the red-faced Rolexes, and we had on the blue-faced Rolexes. So, you know what I'm saying? It was a nice-ass house, too. Big-ass house.
Hey, Hidden Hills is nice.
Some of the fucking, the balcony was bigger than some of the rooms in Compton houses. Like, damn, we had like 8 balconies on that joint.
Okay, and was Death Row a thing back then?
Yeah, Death Row. They was doing a video shoot up there called the 69 Girls.
Okay.
So me and my boy, we standing on the hill. They had the little the pool that run off. What is that? Serenity pool.
Infinity pool.
Infinity pool to run off. So we on the hill, watching the little pool, looking down at Agora Hills. Shit, he seen the whole Agora Hills from his backyard. So he like, if you need me, you need to hook up. You know what I'm saying? We take over everything. In my mind, I'm like, motherfucker, we already really hooked up. You know what I'm saying? You just don't know. Yeah.
But you're still not involved in any sort of music industry shit at all.
No, at
you're
all.
you're making money, you're living your life. But then you met Eric Von Zip Martin, who was close friends with Puffy.
Yeah. Basically, I met Puffy before Zip.
Okay.
He had called up our hydraulic place and asked to use a lowrider.
Okay.
That's when Usher first did his first video, Can I Get With You? So I went up to took my lowrider up there and shit. This is Usher's first video. Puff was driving the car and stuff like that. That's when I met Puffy originally.
Good.
Then
He ended up messing up the car.
Yeah. Usher dancing all on the hood and stuff, so he had to repaint the whole car.
Right. And Puffy paid for that.
Yeah, it was a candy paint, so he paid like $4,400 to get it repainted. Just get to paint the whole car. Yeah, so then a few months later, he gave a party at the El Rey. We ran into, we was with Zip that night, and Zip was with Dana Dane. Dana Dane had pulled up in this old ass legend. I like, damn, he's starving. Dana Dane and the dude Green Eyes from Houdini. He was in the Green Range Rover. So we went all up there to the VIP and stuff like that. And I met Puff that night. And Busta Rhymes acting all drunk and stuff. We was all in our Brioni and fly Versace suits and shit. This motherfucker acting drunk, spilled his little shit all on me. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, bro. Like, damn, this, acting like a little kid or stupid. You know how he act. You know what I'm saying? He put a lot on the shit, And us Compton brothers is more laid back, smooth dudes, Yeah.
Okay. So you meet Puffy, you guys do the thing for the Usher video.
Yeah.
But you guys don't really have a relationship then.
No.
But then you met Eric Von Zip Martin.
Von Zip, yeah. Me and him, Me, him and this dude Richie Rich. They was
Not the Richie Rich who's the rapper from the Bay. It's a
No, hell no.
different
Dude
Richie
from New York.
Rich.
He from Yonkers.
Yeah, I just want to make that clear.
He from Yonkers. The real Richie Rich. Not no rapper, a gangster.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Okay. So you meet Von Zip, and what starts to happen next?
We started moving work and stuff like that. And him and Richie Rich would come down every once a month, give big work and stuff like that.
Okay. So Von Zip was an East Coast drug connect.
Yeah.
Okay. Tupac gets out of prison.
Yeah.
And he starts to go crazy on Bad Boy.
No. Before Tupac got out of prison, they had a summer jam. And Biggie had that song, One More Chance. It was the hottest song on the fucking chart. And it was at Irvine Meadows. We went up there where they had a little revolving stage. So we was up there, we had on our little cowboy shit, jamming with him. He used to play The Most Dangerous, Who Shot You, and One More Chance.
Mm-hmm.
So the stage went around, he did his little 3 songs, we went around. Suge was waiting over there on the side over there. You know what I'm saying? So we like, KBD, how you know them motherfuckers? Same way I know you motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
Right.
So yeah, he had I seen him getting jealous of them dudes then. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Okay. So then the Source Awards thing happens.
Yeah.
Where Suge gets on stage and says, if all you artists who don't want people all up in your video dancing,
yeah,
come to Death Row.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's what really starts setting off the hostility.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's what it started, yeah. But seemed to me it was Wu-Tang wanted the problem with him. But he chose some kids, Junior Mafia, over the Wu-Tang.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It was I guess it was more of a challenge to him, you know what I'm saying, to go up against Wu-Tang. So I guess he chose the kids. You know what I'm saying? I was like, damn. But it was really, Wu-Tang was disrespecting the Death Row up there, really, as you look at the thing. But he chose Puffy and the little ass kids, Little C's, Biggie, some kids.
Well, but then there's a situation where Big Jake gets killed in Atlanta.
Yeah.
And that was one of Suge's best friends.
Come on, Wolfie and them. Wolf, the incident.
Yeah, they say that Wolf was the one who killed him, who was Puffy's guy.
Yeah.
Wolf is dead now as well.
Yeah.
And that set off a bunch of friction as well.
Yeah.
Between Suge and Puffy.
Yeah.
Okay. Well then, Tupac gets out, and he starts going crazy on Bad Boy. He drops Hit 'Em Up.
Yeah.
Where he just,
Exactly.
you know,
Hammers
everybody.
I felt the motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And he like, and whoever fuck with y'all? Like, damn, is he talking about me?
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's just talk about that for a second. Before Hit 'Em Up, was Puffy approaching y'all for security and protection?
No, he had had a West Coast. He had a West Coast tour coming up.
Okay.
San Diego, San Jose, you know, little areas, Anaheim, LA, stuff like that, Vegas. So he called one night, man, Zip. I don't know whether they had set this up or not, but Zipper came pick me up. We rolling up Greenleaf in our neighborhood, and his phone ring, boom, and it was Puff. And he like, you think it's cool to come out here and do concerts? I'm like, why wouldn't it be cool? So he like, the big CEO dude. So
Sugar.
Yeah, I like, damn. What's going on with y'all? He like, man, shit, you think this is cool? I'm like, shit, just let me know the dates and give me some tickets. We had the Crips there, but I see he was trying to play us against each other. Crips, Bloods, you know what I'm saying? Sugar, Blood, we the Crips. So I guess that was the protection thing going.
Okay, so he just gave you guys some tickets to a show.
Yeah.
You know, you came up.
But this how scared he was. He even had some Navy SEALs in the next room.
Yeah.
Like, damn, you just fucking scared of this dude? You know, like, damn. Yeah.
How does that relationship start to escalate between you and Puffy in terms of, you know, you guys actually offering some level of protection?
No, it wasn't no protection. It was just, you know, some of his friends was my friends. And, yeah, basically it was protection, really.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess he played it smarter. Dude with the red, I get the blue.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
There was a situation, I think it was the Soul Train Awards, where Bad Boy and Death Row ran into each other.
Yeah, but they lied on me. I never pulled no gun on nobody.
Right. Reggie said that you brandished a gun. Death Row ran into Bad Boy.
Correct.
And somebody brandished a gun.
Me?
Well, before you.
Oh. I always say it was Keepy D. Keepy D was definitely there. Big Gene corrects me and say it was a dude named Cutter or Gutter or something like that.
Gutter?
C. Gutter.
That's
Puffy's.
That's
or
Biggie's cousin, who's a Crip actually.
Okay.
I never pulled no gun. I wasn't even there with him. I was in the VIP, player. You know what I'm saying? If I pull a gun, somebody's gonna get hurt.
Okay.
So I didn't pull no gun on nobody. That's a lie.
Okay.
And they didn't see me there or nothing.
All right. Well, someone pulled out a gun, and then Reggie pulled out his gun, and it was a standoff. So you're pointing the gun at Biggie's crew. And Tupac is trying to grab the gun from you?
Yes, Pac was about it. I mean, we can try to take it away. He's a, lack of a better word, instigator. I mean, get wild. I mean,
Nah, I wasn't there. I was at the awards, but I wasn't with them. They was backstage and stuff. I was
Okay.
in the
No,
VIP.
I'm not saying you were there, but this is starting to happen now. Bad Boy and Death Row are now running into each other, and it's potentially getting violent.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then Hit 'Em Up comes out.
Yeah.
And then that escalates it even further.
Exactly.
Okay. Now, you would actually run into Tupac a few times.
Yeah. Back when he was with Digital Underground.
Oh, way back then. Okay.
I was at the Greek Theater. We was all at the Greek Theater, about maybe like 10 of us. We was over there smoking weed and stuff. He came over in a diaper. So, but that shit was funny as well. He asked to hit our joint. Well, we just bought tickets from y'all. We should be hitting y'all joint. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, we kind of clowned him that day. Then the next time I ran into him, it was at the House of Blues. He was with EDI or the dude Big Sight, one of them dudes. And one of my homeboys like, hey man, what that fucking Rosecrans and Long Beach stand for? You know
what does that mean? When he says recognized from Long Beach or Rosecrans, like
that's Raw and Real. Long Beach and Rosecrans means the mob or Ludus Park or Am.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying, motherfucker? That's the wrong street, bitch. So my homie jammed his ass up. Like, you know what the fuck you saying? And dude like, hey man, he just rapping the song. They wrote that for him. Like, oh, okay. So they let him go that day. You know what I'm saying? Then what was the next time we seen the dude? We seen him tonight on Sunset. Him and Suge get pulled up and they Rolls Royces. Suge was in the red one, Pop was in the white one, and Snoop was in the black one. And it was maybe like 40 Crips on the corner right there on Sunset, right there by the House of Blues. This fool pull up, KBD! He had on a big red hat, and he was in a red Rolls Royce. You know, that's when the Crips was really dominating the streets. You know what I'm saying? So he like, what's up, big dog? I said, it's over up here. And he like, let's go to Paradise. So we all jumped in our cars, followed him to Paradise. Once we at Santa Monica and Hyde Park right there, shit, some dude shot up his car.
Shot up whose car?
Showed that Rolls Royce that night.
Okay.
And shit, that same Godfather, that red Godfather was laying in the streets. I think Reggie got the bus in that night. He was in a white Cherokee, little Reggie.
Yeah. Oh, he shot at somebody?
He was busting back.
Okay.
And I don't know whether he took it like that was us or nothing. But you know.
I remember I interviewed Danny Boy, and you know they were rolling around in bulletproof vests, and I think Danny Boy's car got shot up. Like it was bad.
It was serious. It was always serious around death row when it came to, you know, threats. We walked with security every day. You know, we had bulletproof vests on all the time. That was just a part of our routine because there was so much hate. You know, most of the fights that I remember, a lot of fights were initiated by people, I guess, trying to prove that, you know, we wasn't as gangsta of a label as we say we are. I think that was more what it was. And you know, today they call it hating. It was more hating, and you know, we had to fight to get out of some of the clubs and fight to get out of some of those places.
So you would actually go outside with a bulletproof vest all the time?
Every day. I had a security guard that I wasn't able, especially going towards the end, I wasn't able to move around without security.
They had whooped that dude out at the club for DJ Quick at that party out there in Santa Monica. Killed that little dude from Roller 60s. So it was kind of really dangerous for them. That's what I figured.
Hit 'Em Up comes out, which, you know, to this day is considered the greatest diss song ever.
No, I like the No Vaseline. Even though that one little partner that Easy that what's the name was talking about. Yeah, that was fucked up. Matter of fact, one day I was coming up in my 64, busting that No Vaseline, and he was already out there on our street on the gate. I'm like, damn. When I see the Ice Cube shit was, I thought his was
okay.
But he was more in depth with his though.
It was more personal, I think.
Yeah, he was like,
I fucked your bitch.
Yeah, all that. He was with the children.
Yeah.
At the end, I told you I felt that motherfucker like, damn, is he talking about us too?
Okay. So at that point, Puffy is feeling the heat from Death Row even more, musically.
Yeah.
There was conversations about $1 million bounty on Suge.
Yeah.
But we're not going to say who it's from.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Rumors.
There's rumors of this whole thing.
Keefe D claims that there is this ongoing conversation. It happens on 3 different occasions. But most specifically when he and Puffy are at this place called Greenblatt's Deli on Sunset. And they're there. Things have spiraled out of control. Puffy's really concerned about, you know, the welfare of his safety. And he tells Keefe D, man, I just need to take care of this situation with Suge and Tupac. It's out of control. You know, Tupac's on vinyl talking about killing all our kids and grow up. And, you know, it's just become this really serious conflict. And he says, I just need to take care of him. And Keefe D's like, that's no problem. That's what we do. And so an agreement was made, according to Keefe D, for an amount of money. And they kind of just let it go at that point in time. But of course, course, Keefe D knows in the back of his mind this is what Puffy wants done. And they all end up out in Las Vegas. Suge's out there.
Well, before you say that, there's a couple things I want to talk about. Sure. Vegas. So when you say that Keefe got offered an amount of money, according to him, was there a dollar amount?
Yeah, so there was a dollar amount. But I think that, the nuances of this conversation are that, like, man, I'll give you $1 million, whatever it takes. It's like exaggerated speech. But of course, when we interview Keefe D, it's like, yeah, that's what the agreed amount was, $1 million.
So according to Keefe, he's claiming that Puffy offered him $1 million to kill Suge or Tupac?
Both of them. Yeah, both their names came up.
Were there, before the whole Vegas incident, were there any more run-ins that you guys were involved in that Puffy or Death Row was mixed up in, or not really?
Not really.
Not really. No. Okay. I heard that Puffy started hanging out in Compton.
Never.
Never.
Okay. People just they lying. Closest he came to Compton was the day that celebrity basketball game. I think Biggie got killed that night. He went to Cal State to Vegas. Play a celebrity basketball game.
That was later on.
That was later on?
Yeah. Well, Biggie got killed later on.
That was the night Biggie got killed. That was the closest he came to Compton.
Okay, got it.
That was, yeah.
So let's talk about Orlando for a second. Orlando's your nephew.
Yeah.
He's 12
I really
years.
don't want to talk about my nephew. I want to talk about me.
Okay.
What happened with me.
All right, but I just want to establish Orlando is your nephew, and you guys were very close.
Yes.
And from what I understand, Orlando was a thorough guy. He had a reputation for this, for being with the shit.
No, he was a good person. Very good person, good heart, everything. He was really a kid when that shit happened on him.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Shortly before the Vegas incident, Trayvon Lane gets jumped at the Lakewood Mall.
He really initiated that whole thing.
Really?
It was him and two other guys. I think his name was Kevin Woods and some other dude.
Okay.
Matter of fact, the other dude's mom is from our neighborhood. Her name is what's her name? Her last name Stamps. Vanessa Stamps. Her son was up there with him. I don't know why he turned blood, I guess, but his mama and all his uncles from our neighborhood. Yeah.
Okay. So a fight happens at the Lakewood Mall, and they try to take Trayvon's death row chain.
One of my little homeboys, he was a football player getting ready to go to college. He was at the Lakewood Mall at the World Foot Locker. He's up there waiting, you know what I'm saying, by himself. Trayvon Lane, Woods, and the dude, the Stamp boy. He was up there pressing him, talking crazy to him. Woo, woo. So when the homies came in there, they see my little homie see him. So he tried to sock Trayvon and sock him and snatch the chain. Knocked him into the shoe rack.
But they didn't actually get the chain, did they?
Yeah, they got the chain.
They got the chain.
Yeah.
Okay, because this story differs when you depending on who you talk to.
That shit was like $300-400 chain. It wasn't no. They said they had a bounty on it, nothing like that.
Okay, because that was another story that allegedly there was a $10,000 bounty on death row chains. And I've talked to people in death row, like artists and so forth, and that was the word that was circulating at death row, that there was $10,000 bounties on these chains.
Word was on the streets that Puffy and Bad Boy was doing a video, and they was paying anyone to bring back a death row chain. So Pac looked at it like, this is deeper than Bloods and Crip. This is my enemies. You know, Puffy and them attacking us now because I'm with death row. So words on the street that if you bring back this death row chain so we can put in our video, this was the words on the street.
Oh.
So that's how it got back to
The
Pac.
rumor was that Puffy wanted to have the death row chain in the
This was
music
the rumor.
video.
This was the rumor. So when they tried to snatch that chain from Trey, and Trey fought them all back, and he got the chain back. It was 3, I think, against somebody got the chain. Whatever, I really don't know that story, whatever happened, but he ended up keeping this own chain.
For a $400 chain, it don't add up.
Well, there's a significance to it.
It don't
You know,
add
the story
up.
the story was that Puffy wanted one of these chains and put them in a
No, that
music
shit
video.
don't add up, dude. That little bitty cheap ass change, that shit was one number $300-400. Puff don't want one of them chains. What he gonna do with that chains? Puff really wasn't no hater like that, homie. He just trying to get his money. He wanted Suge to get his money. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Puff wasn't no hater.
All right, so 1996, a big fight is happening in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
It was a Mike Tyson fight in Vegas, which at the time was the biggest thing ever.
Yeah.
You know, the equivalent of like a Mayweather fight these days.
Yeah. Maybe bigger.
Bigger, yeah. I would say that.
Yeah.
Because Tyson was a more exciting boxer.
Crowd, yeah.
He would come in, knock someone out in
Yeah.
a minute and a half, and everyone would go crazy.
Yeah.
Whereas Mayweather would just win. But
Yeah,
you know.
I heard he say, I need 5 seconds with the guy.
Right.
Like, damn, 5 seconds with me? What I do to you, dude? You know?
Okay, so you guys decide to go down to Vegas, and you guys have been going down to Vegas for fights for a while.
Yeah, before the rappers.
Before the
all
rappers.
that, yeah, before Suge even had his record company, he was going to the fights.
Okay.
Yeah. And Puff, before they had their record company. Like 88, 89, 89 really, yeah. Started going to fights like 89.
Okay. So you guys go down to Vegas. How deep were you guys?
Maybe about 12 deep.
12 deep.
Yeah.
Okay. Was Dirt Rock with you?
No.
He was not. He didn't go to
Never.
Vegas.
Never.
Okay. So you guys go down to Vegas, and did you actually watch the fight?
Yeah.
Were you at the
Yeah.
in the actual event?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was there and yeah, we got tickets from Scappers. So our tickets was all over the place.
Okay.
You know, my little partner, twin from Roller 60s, he is Scapper, and he used to, I was in state prison with Corbin and Trace these days. And he used to get us tickets to all the sporting events, concerts, and all that. So he used to be in front of him. He was like a Scapper. So all our tickets was separated around and stuff like that.
Okay. So you guys all get separated.
So, yeah. And I said, before the fight, I said, meet at the cafe that was inside the MGM.
Okay.
So, as the fight got over, we sent all of us that came to the MGM. So some of my partners from East Coast, 11-8, came in there and said, man, they just jumped on nephew. I'm like, who?
Orlando.
They said they just jumped on nephew. And I'm like, yeah. And they like, yeah, so we got up from the table, left our food and everything, went and met up with nephew.
Okay. Before that fight, did you guys see Suge or Tupac or anyone from Death Row?
I seen him the day before in front of the MGM.
Okay, so you knew they were already in town.
Yeah, I seen him. He came and shook my hand.
Okay, because you guys were cool at the
Yeah, me and them partners, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, since we was like 8, 9 years old.
Right. I mean, you're talking about all these different situations where you guys are running into each other. It all seems friendly every time.
I was swimming in their pool, running back, all that.
Right.
You know? Yeah, remember, yeah.
Okay.
I never looked at him as no blood or nothing like that. You know, yeah. But yeah, he was a cool dude. Man,
So-
he was cool all the time.
Okay. So your nephew gets jumped.
Yeah, we met up and it was a few of them East Coast dudes from the East Coast, New York, and stuff like that. And we all met up. Oh, and they said, nephew, like, yeah, they jumped on me and stuff like that.
Now, what does it mean, being a Southside Crip, to have a rapper punch you in the face and jump on you? What does that mean when you go back to your neighborhood?
What does that mean?
Yeah, what is the significance of that? Because it's one thing when two gangsters get into each other, but Tupac is not a gangster.
Right.
So if a non-gangster ends up jumping you, what are the ramifications for that in terms of gangs?
Not really. I don't know where, you know, that's a conception. It's bullshit.
Okay, so it's just whatever.
Yeah.
Just another fight.
Yeah, just another fight.
Because a bunch of actual gangsters were involved in that fight. It wasn't just Tupac. Tupac threw the first punch.
Yeah.
But, you know, Buntree, Neckbone, Suge, they all jumped
Trey,
in.
yeah, I played, Neckbone was on our team too.
You
Okay.
get that football picture, yeah.
Okay, Trayvon Lane.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all.
And I ran track against Buntry when he ran for Whaley. I ran for Roosevelt.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they all jump on Orlando. You guys meet up. How was Orlando taking this whole situation?
How was he taking it?
Yeah, I mean, he just got jumped on. I mean, he wasn't seriously
No,
hurt.
he wasn't hurt like that.
Yeah.
He wasn't taking it bad. He just said he wanted to have a head up with him.
With Tupac?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we had seen them the day before. They had pulled up in them Rolls Royces at the MGM. It was Pac and what's his name. So all the girls was around. He came, like a player. Came and shook my hand. He recognized a player. Came shake my hand. What up, KBD? Give him a little hug. Boom. Then Mike Tyson and Worry and dude Don King pulled up in them Azura Bentleys. So that shit looked like some Hot Wheels. So all the bitches went from the Rolls Royces over there to them Hot Wheels.
Right.
The pretty ass that was Bentley Auroras back then. Pretty motherfuckers looked like Hot Wheels. Yeah, so I had ran into him the day before.
Okay. Well, but Orlando was involved in that particular situation, was that Lakewood Mall situation. So then when they ran into each other at the MGM, Trayvon Lane tells everyone there, hey, that's one of the guys that was involved in that fight.
Yeah. Evidently, they because let me see how I can put this. Yeah, he did say that. He did say. I heard he said that. They gonna got too much change. But Lane, I know they didn't take his change. What Lane gonna do with a $300 change? You know what I'm saying? We gonna have a change. We gonna have $5,000-$6,000 change. Like Suge gonna have on. You know what I'm saying? We wasn't the help. We was bosses.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We don't want no fucking they change, somebody else change. What we gonna do with somebody else change?
Okay. Well, when he said that, Tupac made a beeline to Orlando and hit him, and then at that point, everyone else mobbed in and, started kicking him and punching him and stuff like that.
Exactly.
Well, you and Orlando and everyone else meets up, but you guys don't have any guns.
Who said that?
It was in the book. Until Von Zip came in the picture.
All right, let's. I don't want to talk about that.
Okay, but it is in the book.
Okay, yeah. Let them read about it.
Okay, and I guess Foxy Brown was with Zip.
Let them read about it.
Okay. Well, according to the book, which there's gonna be a link in the video that you can actually order from.
That's right. Matter of fact, let me see my book.
You want to go ahead and show the book?
Yeah, let's show the book. Yeah, this is my book here. I would like you guys to buy it and get the real truth instead of from a cop or some fucking industry people, some bullshit. You get it from a real motherfucker. So go get the book, and you can get the real truth about this whole situation. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and read from the book passage.
Okay.
On getting a gun for the Tupac hit. While we were waiting for the valet to bring out our cars, Zip seized the opportunity and called me over to his Benz. Zip was a big-time New York player, pimp, and hustler who used to come out to California and handle his business and kick it with us sometimes. As I walked up to the driver's side, I noticed the rapper Foxy Brown was in the car with Zip. So he instructed her to step out of the car and motioned for me to jump in. Zip had a hidden compartment, and he opened up, reached in, and pulled back a 40 Glock.
Like I say,
He turned to me and said, "It's time to get the money."
like I say, get your $20 and read about that part.
Okay. Well, you initially wanted to go talk to Suge about the whole situation.
Yeah. We was I felt we was on that type of level where we can just get this shit squashed, get a head up, and stuff like that. With Lane and Tupac.
You wanted to meet up with Suge, but you had no way of getting in contact with him.
Yeah, one of my homies from out there live out. We had some homies lived out there.
Okay.
I was kind of in the game, and they like they put out a concert at the 662 Club. So
Right.
we went up there.
Which was Suge's club.
Yeah, we went up there.
I heard about that.
Yeah.
You guys went over there, but there was a bunch of cops and everything in front. Well, there wasn't.
Nah, it wasn't no cop. We was there for about 30, 40 minutes in the back parking lot.
Okay, but you never went in.
And I seen where Mob James said he seen us in the back parking lot. That tripped me out.
Were you in Vegas? Yeah, you
Yeah,
were in
I ran
Vegas.
662. I was running the club at the time.
Right.
Reggie Wright was there, but I was doing the door and all of that.
Right, and your brother Buntry was there as well.
Buntry was at the fight.
Yeah.
He went to the fight with him. We already knew it was finna happen. That they was coming to Vegas, the whole nine. And then when they came, they pulled up in front of 662. I alerted Buntry and them and told them that Keefe D and them out here, the South Side is out here. And they drove off.
Did you see him?
No, I never seen him. We didn't see nobody.
Okay.
So we left about 40 minutes later.
Okay.
Went got some drink.
Right, you went to the liquor barn?
I think Discount Lee's Liquor.
Okay.
Liquor bar, whatever, yeah. Yeah.
Well, you had mentioned in the book that Big Meech from BMF was with y'all.
No, that was a typo, but it was a dude from Detroit.
Okay, so it wasn't Big Meech.
I don't really know Big Meech to say that, but it was a dude from Detroit.
Okay. Well, and also you had C-Ray with you.
Yeah.
And that was one of your salesmen, basically.
Yeah, one of my captains.
Right. Yeah. So let's talk about what happens next. You know, based on what the book says, Zip gave you guys a Glock, and you guys tossed it in the back seat. And Bubble Up was the driver, and Baby Lane and Freaky were in the back seat.
We was just all in the car together. Just say that.
This was the white Cadillac.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys are driving around, and then you hear these girls say, Tupac, Tupac.
No, we coming up, what's the name? Was that Flamingo? Yeah, I think that's Flamingo. He's coming up Flamingo and got to the light. He's gonna go drink, smoke some weed, and he happened to be hanging out the window. He's hanging out the window like he was in parade.
Tupac.
Yeah, he was.
So what happens next?
And we just came, and shit. I ain't gonna go into details like that, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, you got it in a book, you played it, everything else, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Well, in the book, you said that as you're driving up towards the BMW, with Suge driving and Tupac in the passenger seat, and you said that Tupac pulled out a gun.
It looked like he was reaching, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you actually see a gun?
Shit. Once he got the reaching, I got the dunking.
So someone from your car
That's what
started shooting at Tupac and Suge.
Plane starts blasting. You say Suge looks over, he sees you. He looks right at you.
Yeah, he looks at me.
Okay. When he looks over at you, and then Tupac's busy getting shot. Evidently, the story is Tupac's trying to either get out
in
of
the back seat or something.
Yeah. What do you see happening inside their car?
I seen the bullet going Suge's head. I thought he was dead.
So Orlando shot his car across Dre.
He leaned over on the window. We rolled down the window, popped. They would drove on my side. I would popped them. You know what I'm saying? But they was on the other side.
Right.
I'm not gonna go into details on that one. Keep the streets on me. I ain't gonna go into detail on that.
I'm gonna go ahead and read from the book.
Well,
so
let them buy the book then.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna read this passage. The shit was on. Tupac made an erratic move and began to reach down beneath his seat. It was the first and only time in my life that I could relate to the police command. Keep your hands where I could see them. Instead, Pac pulled out a strap, and that's when the fireworks started. One of my guys from the back seat grabbed the Glock and started busting back. The first shot skinned Suge in the head, and I thought that motherfucker was dead. I had heard some stories, supposedly that Tupac, that Suge used Tupac as a shield when the bullets started flying, but that's some bullshit. Suge was already wounded, and he was the one that got touched. As the rounds continued flying, I ducked down so I wouldn't get hit.
Basically, yeah.
The white Cadillac, arm came out the back seat and started letting off.
What went through your head when you saw that?
They shoot my nigga.
So, the bullets started flying. Tupac and Suge's car get all shot up. Was there, and I'd heard different versions of the story, but the one version I heard was that that their entourage started shooting back.
Basically, yeah.
Okay. Does anyone from the death row side return fire?
Yes.
Okay. Can you say who that was?
Yeah, he's no longer with us. His name was Buntry. One of Suge's right-hand guy, our good friend, Alton McDonald. He chased the car down. He also received one gunshot to his vehicle. His car was shot. He had a black Toyota Supra. And him and another guy returned shots at the car.
Yeah, they saying they left their guns, they don't know. They started shooting back. And some chicks was in the sea breeze, started following a white sea breeze, red top sea breeze.
Why were the girls following you guys?
I don't know.
Okay.
That's crazy.
But I guess their window got shot out.
Front windshield, yeah.
And they stopped following you at that point.
Exactly.
I've talked to a couple people that were there about the situation, and from what they told me was that, you know, you guys came up, you know, the car that you were in came up behind Tupac's car. You guys didn't, the cars were not facing each other.
No, they weren't facing each other.
They were not facing each other.
Gutter lane.
You guys got up parallel to them, behind them. And, you know, when you look
Side by side.
Side by side. So how would you even see Tupac reach for anything if you're driving behind him?
We weren't driving by, I tell you, we were side by side at the light.
Oh, okay. You guys were already side by side.
Yeah.
So you guys ended up going back to the hotel together afterwards.
Yeah.
Someone actually suggested that y'all pour out a little bit of liquor for Tupac.
No, I wouldn't. Pour out a little liquor for us. Pour it down our throat.
I'm gonna read from the book.
Okay.
We made it back to the hotel. We popped our bottles and partied like it was any other night. Of course, someone suggested that we pour out a little for Tupac, which we did, and smoked our weed like we had planned to in the first place.
Yeah, well, I just made the book get excited on. We didn't pour out no liquor for him.
You guys didn't pour out any liquor for Tupac?
I just, you know, yeah, that was a suggestion, but I ain't pour out no liquor for him. That was a suggestion of one of the homies, yeah.
Okay. So, you guys leave Vegas, what, the next day?
Yeah. After the next day, that Monday.
Well, you said that you guys went and stashed the gun, I guess on one of the wheels in the Cadillac, but when you came back, the gun was gone.
Yeah.
You guys drove back in that white Cadillac back to LA.
No, I didn't drive.
Back to Compton. Nope.
No, I didn't drive it back.
Okay, well, somebody drove. One of the homies drove the Cadillac. Okay, got it. And then you guys went and got the Cadillac repainted, I guess?
Yeah, you got it painted white, turned it back in.
Okay, and it was a rental?
Yeah.
And you said, you know, you told Baby Lane, don't tell nobody what happened, not even your mama. Don't say a motherfucking thing.
Nobody.
You know, if anyone asked what happened, nothing.
Yeah. Told the whole car that. We came back Sunday. That Monday, we was all sitting on in our neighborhood. Reggie Sr., the captain of the Compton Police, comes up, running the stop sign. I guess he had just finished debriefing his soldiers at the Compton PD. He run our stop sign on my street, came up, jumped out of his car and like, hey motherfucker, let me tell you something, KPD, you killed my son, motherfucker, it's on. I'm like, what the fuck is you talking about? Fuck you. You know, he's like, I'm just telling you, motherfucker, the belt's coming off. Like, this motherfucker's stupid. Then 2 hours later, he get our little trap spot raided, take all our guns, all that shit. So it's basically the city of Compton police is against the South Sides. So, but it was some dudes from the Compton police that I went to school with and played football with at Compton High. Blue, Bookman, Eric Perry, and they all came over there to say, we ain't with that bullshit, man, you know what I'm saying? We from the Crip side, and we ain't with that bullshit. Y'all watch y'all asses, try to stay out of Compton. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, we know that they was gonna come with the Compton police.
Well, the Compton police
is hooked up
we're
with
working with Death Row, right?
Exactly.
Right.
They got
And-
red cars, all that bullshit.
Right, and I talked to Reggie about this particular situation. He said, yeah, my father threatened Keefe D. He said nothing better happened to my son. Keefe said that your dad threatened Keefe about Keefe going after you once the war broke out.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
Yeah. I didn't believe it when I heard it, but you know, everybody, I'm on social media with everybody. I comment to everybody. And some people told me, yeah, he said this about your dad. So I go, Reggie, what the? He said, oh yeah. He said, I went over there. He said, when I heard they were talking about doing this and doing that, I told them niggas, been not having the Reggie Jr., because you know, he knew I was running with him. Because if y'all do it, y'all gonna have some problems.
Yeah. He co-signed that whole situation.
Yeah, he did. And Reynolds, you know, about the day before Suge go to court, I get a call, nephew saying, meet me at the lawyer's office. Get there, it's Reynolds, Reggie, and fucking Suge came, cashed us out. Saying, you know, for the court appearance.
They cashed you out?
Yeah.
Suge paid you?
Paid us $60,000. Yeah.
That was for Orlando to testify on Suge's behalf?
Yeah. That was done between attorneys. I was there. How it happened was Edie Fall. Y'all know Edie Fall from one of the guys that represented on the Rodney King, the one that beat up Reginald Denny. He was popular attorney from that. But anyway, Edie Fall and David Kenner, we all met at the studio at Edie Fall's office, and they came up with where they were about to sue, or they were in the process of suing Tupac, and they came up to an agreement. Well, hey, if you come and testify, because we're trying to save Suge from going to jail to do that, 9-year violation, and testify that Suge was trying to really help you. He was trying to get them off you. He wasn't one that assaulted you. He was really trying to stop everybody from assaulting you. If you'll come and testify to that, we'll give you we'll settle this case with you for, I think it was $60,000, where you was going to sue Tupac, which was a great deal in our mind, because we all know what Tupac was worth, especially after the All Eyes on Me and the Machiavelli album had dropped.
Yeah.
He was worth a lot of money. We'll settle the case for you for $60,000.
Okay.
So that's how that deal.
They kind of bunched a bunch of these deals,
Yeah.
these lawsuits together, and here's 60,000.
You come in.
You get on the stand.
And say, in our mind at the time was the truth.
Yeah.
You say different. You say you saw a kid. But, we were trying to not see a kid.
But it didn't matter because Suge
Ultimately
was found guilty anyways.
And he was found violated for his probation.
Exactly. He went back to jail.
Correct. He did 5.5 years.
When I interviewed Greg Kading, he told me that he had informants all over Compton.
I had informants all over the place, and sometimes, you get together and meet them at the Starbucks, they give you some information, you give them, $100, and you go about your business. And what they're thinking, this is an important component of this, is what they're thinking is that, I'm paying this forward because when the time comes where I do get pickled up and I'm in trouble, I've already done these guys favors and they're going to return the favor. So there's all these nuances to these relationships that get developed between cops and informants.
Okay. And the money that you would pay to these informants, you would just get reimbursed by the police department?
Nowadays, yeah, it's all very controlled. But back then, yeah, you just pull money out of your own pocket, give it to the guy, and never report it. It's just,
Yeah, they're snitching on me. Yeah.
Right. He also said that Orlando's aunt called in and told the police what happened. You're saying one of the guys they boasted to, Brooks, was an informant for the police?
One of several.
One of several.
From the Southside Crips.
So there's others in that crew that was hearing Orlando say, "I just killed Tupac," that was actually going back to the police and saying, "Hey, I got something for you."
In addition to a family member of Orlando Anderson's own family who early on was contacting detectives and saying my nephew was likely involved in this.
My nephew?
Yeah.
But you're not talking about Keefe D?
No, it is a female.
So Orlando Anderson's aunt was reporting to the police that her nephew killed Tupac?
There was definitely somebody in that immediate family environment that was, I don't want to create continued issues for, you know what takes place in these, everyone's going to go and try to figure out who this is. And
right.
Then of course, you know, there's a responsibility on my part not to create harm for people. But yeah, this is the way it played out. There was a family member, a female, who was calling the police, ratting out Orlando Anderson.
I'm not sure if that's your sister or on the other side of the family. Do you know about this?
I read, I've been to the Fed, so I know shit. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people that been to the state, like Trace, you know, that been to the state and county jail stuff. Feds is a little different. You can go to the Freedom of Information Act and get the information on every federal case.
Right.
So people think they hiding from me, stuff like that. They got the shit blacked out and stuff like that. But I know who they are because it happened to me, and I lived through this. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I can date back to that situation. I got a nice brain on me, and I'm not no dumb dude, and I know how to go to the Freedom of Information Act to get the information. So everybody that think they hide from me, you're not.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
So, what you had mentioned that C. Ray snitched.
Yeah.
And that was one of your lieutenants, one of your captains.
Yeah. I figured because his neighbor got killed and he kind of got spooked. Okay. His neighbor Bobby Finch got shot a whole lot of times, and he came over. I was in the projects in Great Street. He came over and said, "Suge got a hit out on me, you, and my brother." And I'm like, "How you know that?" He like, "Man, I'm trying to tell you, big dog." I said, "Well, you go tell that motherfucker we gonna hit him for free." You know what I'm saying? Since it ain't gonna cost a dime to hit him then, since he got 100,000, you know. So, you know, yeah.
So you're saying that Suge had $100,000 bounty on your head?
That's what Corey C. Ray came and told me. Came and told me while I was in the project. He got a bounty out on me, him, and my little brother.
Okay.
I'm like, where the fuck you get that from? How you get that information?
Not Orlando?
I guess he was trying to knock off the, you knock off the head of the snake, the body gonna.
Oh, he's trying to get the OGs. Okay.
Trying to get the motherfuckers, the big players.
Okay.
With, they can finance shit, you know.
So the same day you get back, your Colombian plug sets up a meeting with you.
That Monday morning, I went and met him, and he had that same fucking LA Times article. He's like, "Man, you guys going to jail." And shit, that was the last time I seen him. But he had left some little some people that's up under him, little co-workers that he was, his runners. He left them, but he never came big like that after that.
Right, and he told you, "Come on, homie, you're supposed to be smarter than that. We have a multi-million-dollar business. You're tripping."
Yeah.
And you said he was right.
Yeah. Yeah, he was right.
So here's this huge operation you have that crumbled the next day.
Yeah. Me and shit crumbled, seemed like. You know what I'm saying? And basically, I helped start that. Both things went down. Both $1 million operations.
Okay. Well, you lose your plug. The police start swarming in.
Yeah.
And then a war breaks out in Compton because the word on the street was that the Southside Crips killed Tupac.
what happened was that all the players that were from Compton came back to Compton. And we were told that, hey, Southside was responsible for the shooting of Tupac, so it's coming back to Compton. And what that meant to us, a war was about to start. And sure enough, like 2 days later, it started.
Okay. How many people were killed during this war?
I think in the next 10 days, we had 3 people murdered and I want to say 11 shootings between Southside Crips and the Maud Pyru and Looters Park.
Okay, so just a full-blown war.
Full-blown war.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a semi-war. It wasn't like that, but yeah.
It wasn't. You wouldn't consider that a war?
Yeah, some people lost their life. Yeah.
How many people got killed in the next month or so?
We lost one person. They
it?
lost like 4.
Okay.
Like Bobby Finch, he was like moonlighting, doing that. He was police for Compton Unified School District. Yeah, he was a police for Compton Unified School District. So he knew Little Reggie and Big Reggie and Reynolds and them already. Then after that, it seemed like the feds came down and started raiding everybody else. The night of the raid, shit. This dude that do the grease trucks. We got a dude, he owned Crown Prince Grease. His little brother came and knocked on my door and said, there's a busload sitting in the parking lot. A bus, the sheriff bus sitting in the parking lot in the neighborhood by the donut shop. Like the bush and a whole lot of police. So about 5 minutes before they came, I got the fuck up out of there just in time.
Well, in the book you mentioned that you had a couple of white boy neighbors.
Yeah.
And you sent one of them dressed up in a UPS outfit to Suge's studio.
Yeah.
And I guess if Suge had opened the door, they would have killed Suge.
I ain't gonna go into the detail. Like you trying to get me waxed.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, it's in the book.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not just making this stuff up.
Yeah.
I'm not fishing here. Like it's right here in the book that is in the link. If you click below, you could order this book and see
That's
everything
right.
in detail.
Yeah.
Right.
If I keep on telling the whole story, they ain't got to buy the book.
Okay. But it's now getting serious.
Yeah.
And I guess Orlando, he got out the way as well, right? I mean, he wasn't just hanging out on his front steps waiting for someone to come shoot him.
No. We weren't hanging in Compton. No. It was the guys from the Crip Compton police came, told us like Blue, Bookman, and Eric Peridon. He came to mirror. He came and like they ain't with that bullshit. And y'all stay up out of Compton, home. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. During that time, did Baby Lane ever get shot or anything? I know that he ended up getting killed 2 years later, but before then, was there ever a shooting or anything of that sort?
I just said we ain't gonna go into.
Okay, all right, fair enough. So, in the book, you said the third day after getting back from Vegas, you guys met up with Zip in L.A.
At Wingstop.
At Wingstop.
Yeah. Not Wingstop, but Hot Wings. LA Hot Wings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess you said that Puffy called and said, "Was that us?" And you didn't say nothing.
I didn't say nothing. Yeah, you're right.
There's also, you go into the book that apparently there was supposed to be $1 million that Zip was supposed to bring back, but he ended up keeping the money and buying a nightclub with it.
That's what the FBI said.
The FBI said that.
Yeah.
You guys never got any money
Never.
for anything.
Nothing. Not even a pair of Sean John drawers. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. It seemed like Puff do that though. He seemed like every time some bad shit go around him, it look like it's some shit on the grass. He don't step around that shit. He get away from that bullshit.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you talked about how you made a crucial mistake by having a big meeting in the neighborhood.
Yeah, it wasn't in the neighborhood. It was at a park outside the neighborhood.
Okay, in Cerritos.
Yeah.
Okay. And what was the mistake that you made?
I said I was just gonna get some bread from Puff to get us some guns because they kept on raiding our houses, taking our guns.
And there was informants that was listening to this whole conversation.
Yeah, they was there. Exactly.
And they reported that back.
Yeah. I wish you can enter the FBI's. They don't do shit like this. You know what I'm saying? Greg Hayden, he was just a LA detective. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He act like he made me grumble and all that. He didn't make me grumble. It's my friends around me. They took me down.
Right. Because, well, your whole life is being turned upside down at this point.
Exactly.
You had this multi-million drug
You know what I'm saying?
operation
You know,
done.
yeah.
You know, FBI, police raids, guns being taken, people starting to turn informant and turning against you.
Exactly.
It was that one event changed everything in your life.
Exactly.
How stressed out were you during this time?
I was just watching my ass more than likely, you know what I'm saying?
Well, Suge, because of that fight, Suge was looking at violating his probation.
Yes.
Because, well, I've covered this already. Earlier, he had pulled out a gun on these two producers and shot in the air and made them strip.
Yeah.
And he was on probation over that situation.
Yeah.
I interviewed the president of Solar Records. We talked about that.
They're in the building. We're paying all the bills. We get a phone bill from the studio floor that was something like, I want to say, $8,000 for a month.
Okay.
So Griffey calls Suge in, and he says, "Look at this bill. This is ridiculous. If you can't get those knuckleheads down there to stop using the phone, I'm gonna throw you out." So that night, Suge comes into the building, goes up to the third floor, and one of the Stanley brothers was on the phone. And I wasn't there, so this is what was important to me, that he asked the guy to get off the phone, and he said, and I think the Stanley brothers had been part of the world-class wrecking crew, and they were actually there to try and get Dre, who by then is becoming known as a hit producer, to do something for them. And so he tells Suge, he didn't know who Suge really was. He said, "Hey, look, I'm want to get Dre's guest. Go talk to him." And Suge said, "I don't talk to him. I run this." He said, "Man, go, leave me alone." So Suge apparently goes out, goes back downstairs to his car, gets a gun, comes back, puts the gun to his head, and says, "Motherfucker, I told you to get off the phone." So then he hangs up the phone, and Suge takes him into the major. We had the studio. We had a big. It was a big studio because we constructed it in the days when you made records with musicians, and so in the olden days, if you want to do a string date, you would bring in the string section from the LA Philharmonic, and that's how you do string overdubs and stuff. So we had a studio that was big enough to accommodate all those. So Suge brings him into the studio and has everybody, people from the rehearsal. He said, "I want you all to come in here." And he said, "This is what's going to happen if you use that phone." And so he tells the guy, "Take off his clothes." And he says, "I'm not taking off my clothes." So then he shoots the gun he has by the guy's ear.
So Suge was already on probation. Here he is in this video kicking Orlando. He tried to say that he slipped and he was trying to stop it.
Yeah.
But he actually paid Orlando $60,000 to testify that Suge didn't do anything.
Yeah, he paid us, yeah.
And did that kind of ease the tensions in Compton?
Yeah. Yeah. Stopped it, yeah.
Right.
Seemed like the fucking mayor, everybody, you know what I'm saying? They had put the Bloods, they put down the power moves in Compton. They had the city hall, they had the fucking police department, you know what I'm saying? He buying fucking all kind of shit for them, all that shit. So they kind of took over. So that made us really stay up out of Compton.
Well, even though Orlando testified on Suge's behalf, Suge was still found
Valid.
guilty.
Yeah.
He still violated his
And that really
probation.
like crashed death row once he got violated. Yeah.
Right.
So basically everybody lost. The three head dudes, the three head dudes lost. Two of us lost, and one's still going.
Okay.
And that's Puff.
6 months later, Biggie gets killed.
Yeah.
And people start blaming Southside for the murder.
Yeah, Compton police it's like a conspiracy, you know what I'm saying? They know their side did that shit. So they keep the heat up off them. They came and said, we did it, Southside did it. That's some bullshit. And they, you know, they needed to be state polices or gangsters, man. You know what I'm saying? Quit the fucking force. You don't be doing all this dirty shit out here. You know what I'm saying? Shit ain't right. To me. They should have, like Reynolds, the Wrights, they should have quit the fucking force. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's a lot of dirty cops.
Exactly.
A lot.
In our city.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were you guys there? You know, because you hear these differing stories. There is, you know, and from what I understand, you guys had nothing to do with the Biggie murder at all. You know, from everything I've heard, there's a guy named Poochie.
The night before, we met Puff at the House of Blues.
Okay, so you met up with Puffy
at the House of Blues the night before Biggs. He told us they having a celebrity game, and they having a thing with Quincy Jones at that
the car museum.
Yeah, the car museum.
Okay.
So
okay, so let's just stop for a second. So 6 months later, after Tupac gets killed, was that the first time you seen Puffy?
Yeah, that was the first time.
Okay, and how did those conversations go?
He was at the House of Blues, and we was outside in front of a car. He was outside in the car, and he came up to the window. He seen me, came up to the window, like, "What's up, dog?" Woo, woo. Dapped me out, but it was a lot of people. He was like a celebrity. Vivica Fox, all them bitches and everything. They was all around his ass, but he wasn't paying attention to them. He was paying attention to us. You know what I'm saying? Because once he got there to the window, I had the big 4-5 in my lap, and she like, so he backed away. He was telling us that they giving a basketball game. They're gonna be at this basketball game, Cal State Dominguez, and they giving a party the next night.
But at this point, you know, there's a whole rumor over.
That Puff owes $1 million.
There's a rumor that Puff owes you $1 million, but you guys don't have $1 million. So was there any sort of conversations, tensions, anything?
Big dog, Puff, Neil was they was just getting started. I had more money than him. He was just getting started back then.
$1 million is still $1 million.
You're right. Like I said, he was just getting started. He was I was filling the tubs of Dom Perignon and Cristal. You know what I'm saying? I'm not the one showed him how to ball like that. 'Cause, he was drinking White Lightning. You know what I'm saying? Him and Andre Herrera, we was at the room in Anaheim. I filled the tubs up full of ice, Dom Perignon and Cristal and stuff like that. It wasn't them. They was drinking White Lightning. I was like, what the fuck is this?
Okay.
Yeah.
So then the next night, Biggie gets killed.
Yeah. I seen him at the House of Blues. No. Yeah, House of Blues on Sunset. He came up to the window, talking to me and stuff, and he telling me that it was gonna be at a celebrity game. We met him up there. Daz was up there acting the damn fool.
You guys got into it with Daz?
Snoop and the Dog Pound, they was cool because they went to Snoop and Freaky was kind of friends. So he the only one was acting a damn fool. I'm like, man, you better get that little bitch when we do something. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. He was an off-brand Crip anyway. You know what I'm saying? But no real Crip. Yeah.
So then Biggie gets killed.
This at the celebrity game when we seen the Dog Pound up there.
Yeah.
Then that night we went up to the Peter Pictures Museum. And shit, went up in there. He gave us maybe 12 passes to get in. Got in there. He pulled me to the side and said the FBI is in the building. So be careful. So we went on the other side and started our own little party. Shit, if he wouldn't have called us off, probably Biggie wouldn't have never probably got killed. You know what I'm saying?
Good.
Yeah.
How did you react when you found out Biggie got killed that night?
I was fucked up.
Because you had met Biggie before and
all that,
you know,
party and all that.
You guys
We've
partied
been
together.
on him like 3-4 years by then.
Yeah.
I was fucked up. And then they came back in there. Biggie did. And the LAPD, I feel they made a mistake because they was directing traffic out instead of taping the whole thing off. I done been in scenes where they make everybody stay till they interview everybody. But there was one in the middle of the road. He was directing traffic and making everybody leave from the Peter Picture Museum. So that Tuesday, Reynolds pulled over my nephew talking about y'all kill Biggie. Motherfucker, what? Yeah, stupid motherfucker. I guess that's just to keep the heat off their ass.
Right, because from everything that in terms of all the interviews I've done and people I talked to, everyone points the finger at this guy named Poochie, who was affiliated with Suge, who's now dead.
Yeah, got killed on Central, something like that.
Yeah, he got killed a while
on
later.
a motorcycle or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
2 years after the Vegas incident, Orlando's grandmother dies. That's your mother?
That's my mother's mother.
Your grandmother?
Yeah. You can't put this, cause my people be feeling, they talking about it in the book.
Okay.
Why you put grandmama in there? You know what I'm saying? But yeah, she died, the day I got arrested, the feds came to the sweep, took us all to jail. The next day, my grandmother passed away, and my nephew get killed the same day. Yeah. So that was like a devastating, fucked up for our family.
Right, and I interviewed Blondie and his partner who investigated that case. I guess it happened right by the police station.
Yeah.
What had happened was Orlando's grandmother had passed away the night before. And apparently he had been drinking all night with one of his best friends, Michael DeRoe. And they went over to a place called Mom's Burgers across the street from the car wash to get something to eat. Well, he sees a guy that owes, from another gang in Compton, a Crip set in Compton, that owes his uncle and his friend DeAndre, I forget if it was $5,000, $10,000, somewhere in there about $5,000 over some cocaine.
Yeah.
So he decides, because they've been drinking and everything else, they got a gun in the car, they're gonna go over and jam him up about the money he owes. Well, this guy's from another gang in Compton called Corner Pocket. And some of the other Corner Pocket gang members were there, and they started coming up like, hey, what's this all about? Why are you jamming them up? And next thing you know, Orlando pulls out a gun and shoots two of the Corner Pocket persons that are there, or shoots one of them right away. And then another Corner Pocket guy starts shooting back at Orlando and pretty much hits him dead center. I mean, he wasn't alive much longer after that. His partner that was in the car with Orlando took the gun and then started shooting back and ended up shooting another Corner Pot guy that shot Orlando. They went around the corner, crashed the car, and we were pulling up there when Orlando was being pulled out of the car. The other guy took off running, dumping the gun. And we're waiting for paramedics, and one of our partners, Ray Richardson, was over there talking to Orlando, and he was basically taking his last breaths at that time. And two of the persons at the gas station that they were shooting at also died that day. So it was a triple murder, and it was all dope related.
I wouldn't know because the day before the feds came to the sweep on like 70 Crip members.
Okay.
And I was one of them.
Oh, so you got hemmed up.
I got the day before.
The day before. So then a shootout happens over, I think it was, from what I was told, over some money owed or something like that. A bunch of people got shot.
Yeah.
Including Orlando. Yeah. How did you feel when you heard Orlando got killed?
I was in jail and I heard it, man. Deep down inside. It was the closest thing to me, man. I heard it real bad. My grandmother too. she's like a mom to us because my mom's died when we was younger. And that was devastating.
Yeah, it's a very, very tragic situation. It was like,
And in jail too.
yeah,
The chaplain came about 4 that morning, said your grandmother passed away. Then about 4 that evening, he knocking on the door again. I was in my cell. It was during count time, and he like, I'm thinking he said, you need to call home. And I called home, and he said, my nephew passed away. Like, damn. Yeah, that was devastating news. Fucked up.
okay.
Bad day for my family.
When you got caught up in that suite, how much time did they give you?
They gave me 70 months. And all it was before a fucking phone call. Couldn't believe it.
So five years?
They gave me 70 months. That's
So yeah, almost
6 years.
Almost 6 years, yeah.
Just for a 7-second phone call. I didn't even know they could do that shit.
What did you say in the phone call?
Dude called and said, you got 2 for 2? I'm like, yeah. She said, what color you got? I said, I'm in a white van. I was like, all right, I'll see you in 15 minutes.
And that was that.
They said we was talking about 2 kilos of cocaine. He said the price, and I described it as being white. And my lawyer was like, I can beat this case, but you ain't in here for this. You know what I'm saying?
They were trying to tie you to the Tupac and the Biggie murders.
Yeah, they was saying I'm the rapper killer.
Yeah.
Yeah. They was coming up there every month on my ass. People saying they didn't care about the guy. They cared about the guy because the major crime unit from the FBI got on the case soon as that shit happened.
And while you were locked up, you said that Puffy never reached out, never put anybody in your
Yeah,
books.
send me a soup or nothing. Soup only 10 cents.
Did that make you angry?
Well, shit, he wasn't the only one. So a lot of people didn't send me shit. All the people I helped, all that shit, they gave me buy my son a pair of Jordans. And
You do your almost 6 years,
yeah.
and the first day you get out, somebody tries to kill you.
Yeah, I was, my brother picked me up from the halfway house. Got out the car, walking around it, and this little green car pulled up. I'm like, motherfucker, boom, 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 like 7 shots. I did the old prison move, just hit the ground. I guess it's hard to hit a person on the ground. You know, that's what the police say when they be shooting in the prison. Get on the ground. I guess it's hard to hit him. The dude, he was close to me. I'm like, damn. Yeah, that happened.
Do you know who did it?
Nah, I don't know.
Do you know what it was about?
They said my whole little homies that got into it with some dudes at the bowling alley.
So what did you have to do with that?
They were going to get anybody in that neighborhood.
Okay, so it was the South Side.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shit.
So you ended up violating your parole, and you had to do another 6 months.
Yeah.
What did you violate? How did you violate?
How did I violate?
Yeah.
I was, the feds, they test at 5 in the morning, like 8 times a month. I was tired of that shit. You know what I'm saying? And that was the best way to get off. Get a weed dirty. That was the lowest sentence I could get. So I went in, once I violated, I went up to my lawyer's office. And he called the prosecutor. This motherfucker I know he had like 300-400 cases after that. This motherfucker like, send me a soup or nothing. Soup only 10 cents.
Did that make you angry?
Well, shit, he wasn't the only one. So a lot of people didn't send me shit. All the shit. He said, you need to call home. And I called home, they said, my nephew passed away. Like, damn. Yeah, that was devastating news. Fucked up.
Okay.
Bad day for my family.
When you got caught up in that suite, how much time did they give you?
They gave me 70 months. And all it was before a fucking phone call. Couldn't believe it.
So five years?
They gave me 70 months. That's
so yeah,
almost 6 years.
Almost 6 years, yeah.
Just for a 7-second phone call. I didn't even know they could do that shit.
What did you say in the phone call?
Dude called and said, you got 2 for 2? I'm like, yeah. She said, what color you got? I said, I'm in a white van. I was like, all right, I'll see you in 15 minutes.
That was that.
They said we was talking about 2 kilos of cocaine. He said the price, and I described it as being white. And my lawyer was like, I can beat this case, but you ain't in here for this. You know what I'm saying?
They were trying to tie you to the Tupac and the Biggie murders.
Yeah, they were saying I'm the rapper killer.
Yeah.
Yeah. They was coming up there every month on my ass. People saying they didn't care about the guy. They cared about the guy because the major crime unit from the FBI got on the case soon as that shit happened.
And while you were locked up, you said that Puffy never reached out, never put anybody in your books.
Send me a soup or nothing. Soup only 10 cents.
Did that make you angry?
Well, shit, he wasn't the only one. A lot of people didn't send me shit. All the shit, all the people I helped, all that shit, they came and buy my son a pair of Jordans. And
you do your almost 6 years.
Yeah.
And the first day you get out, somebody tries to kill you.
Yeah, I was, my brother picked me up from the halfway house. Got out the car, walking around it, and this little green car pulled up. I'm like, motherfucker, boom, 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 with like 7 shots. I did the old prison move, just hit the ground. I guess it's hard to hit a person on the ground. You know, that's what the police say when they be shooting in the prison. Get on the ground. I guess it's hard to hit him. Dude, he was close to me. I'm like, damn. Yeah, that happened.
Do you know who did it?
Nah, I don't know.
Do you know what it was about?
They said my whole little homies that got into it with some dudes at the bowling alley.
So what did you have to do with that?
They were going to get anybody in that neighborhood.
Okay, so it was the South Side.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shit.
So you ended up violating your parole and you had to do another 6 months.
Yeah.
What did you violate? How did you violate?
How did I violate it?
Yeah.
I was, the feds, they test at 5 in the morning, like 8 times a month. I was tired of that shit. You know what I'm saying? And that was the best way to get off. You get a weed dirty. That was the lowest sentence I could get. So I went in, once I validated, I went up to my lawyer's office, and he called the prosecutor. This motherfucker I know he had like 300-400 cases after that. This motherfucker like, ooh, KVD? Tell him I'm asking for the max. Like, damn, why the motherfucker remember me? To all them cases. Like, man, you don't know who you are. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn. This the U.S. attorney saying this to my attorney while on the speakerphone. Like, how the fuck you remember me? Yeah, that's what happened. When I got out of there, that's when they hooked up the task force.
So there was a 146-man task force.
On our whole crew, following people around.
150 agents.
All together was, you don't know, I how can I say this, all together when they follow the whole crew around, they're gonna put 48 people in jail. They used a lot of agents. And LAPD, it was different, they was from different agencies. It was with the U.S. Marshals, fucking DEA, FBI, LAPD, and stuff like that, Sheriff Department.
Well, at one point, the FBI tried to offer you a deal to be a consultant. And they offered you $500,000.
Yeah, I turned that shit down. I wouldn't do that shit.
So basically be a paid informant?
Yeah.
Okay, so you would basically be legally dealing drugs? Something like that?
I didn't even want to hear that bullshit, because that ain't me. I ain't even want to fuck with them in the first place. You know what I'm saying? My family, my daughter, and them, they outweighed me. I didn't want to fuck with them in the first place. I ain't never been no snitch, so fuck y'all.
Okay.
That was the first thing I said.
And I guess they try to set up like a fake movie deal for you?
Yeah, all that. Yeah, they tried everything. Yeah. Universal Studio dude came out in a double-breasted suit. All the time, Timmy Brennan was down there with him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, 4 people in your crew end up stitching up and cooperating. There was Uchi, C-Ray, the Reaper, and Dirt Rock.
There's more than that, dude.
More than that.
Yeah.
How many people ended up cooperating?
They said it was 18.
18 people.
Yeah.
And you were close with all these guys.
I didn't even deal with 18 people for them to be trying to set me up like that. But they said they had 18 dudes went to the grand jury. Like, damn.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, they a motherfucker. You know how they put that little snowball at the top?
Mm-hmm.
They roll it from the bottom, and that snowball get bigger and bigger. You know what I'm saying? That's how they attach people on. They boom, boom, boom. That thing get. That's how the feds work.
At one point, they said that you were running a PCP ring.
That was a lie.
That's a lie.
Yeah, I wasn't running no PCP. I was selling it.
Well, Dirt Rock, who was cooperating with the police,
Came
and did a drug deal.
Yeah.
While wearing a wire or cooperating in whatever way.
Yeah. It wasn't just him. It was a few of them.
A few of them.
Yeah.
Okay. And you had no idea.
No idea.
Okay. And based on that, Greg Kading and his partner showed up at your house and offered you a deal.
Keefe D was living down here in Southern California, out in Riverside County. When we initially met up with him, we just went to his house and met him on his own property, informed him of some of the charges that we built up against him during a long drug investigation. And
what were the charges?
Distribution of PCP, distribution of large amounts of cocaine, and wiretap investigations, which are these electronic crimes.
Okay. Oh, what kind of wiretap crimes were you?
Using a public utility in order to commit a crime.
Okay.
So there's a lot of little technical, white collar type of crimes.
I see what you're saying. So you guys just basically showed up at Keefe D's house?
That's correct.
Okay. Was it you and another officer?
It was me and my partner, Darren Dupree.
Okay. So you just knocked on his door unannounced?
That's correct. We actually, the garage door was open. He came outside and we encountered him initially right in his driveway.
What was the sort of initial reaction when two cops suddenly show up at your door like that?
I can't speak for him. I mean, Keefe D, comes from a long history of criminal activity and police encounters. So it wasn't his first rodeo. But I'm sure he was quite curious as to why we were there.
Okay. So when you initially started talking to him, how did you sort of present the information to him?
Well, we sat down in his garage and we explained to him that we had been conducting a long-term covert operation, looking at him and others, members of his family even, in a big drug trafficking ring. And once he realized we knew what we were talking about, we were dropping names and talking about events that we witnessed, then he knew that there were some serious problems.
Now, why did you go to his house as opposed to bring him in?
We had, that was our kind of strategic approach, was, we knew that we needed him to talk. And so we wanted to be as cordial initially as we could. We wanted to give him the opportunity to evaluate what we're telling him and then make a decision whether or not he wanted to cooperate. So immediately we advised him, get yourself an attorney and meet us down at the U.S. Attorney's office and let's talk this out.
No, they just came and they came and said they want to talk to me and show me something.
Okay.
Yeah. Then I went down there and it was the U.S. Attorney's. Dude said he was from D.C. and he was out here to get me. And all they did was threaten me. Said they're gonna take all our properties, and put us all in jail, like kids on the street.
Okay.
So I told him all I would do was plead guilty in the first court appearance to get the lowest thing going. And the other dude stood up and like, motherfucker, we gonna take your ass. You're not gonna ever get out. You're gonna tear you up. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna die in here.
Well, right. Well, the charges that they were, the crimes that they were charging you with would have given you life in prison. He was about to get charged with this PCP and drug ring, the cocaine ring. Had you guys gone forward with those charges and he got convicted in a court for those charges, how long would he have gotten in prison?
Life.
Life. So he was fighting a life sentence essentially.
That's correct.
Why
he
life?
would have gotten 25 because there's a minimum mandatory sentencing. and because of his prior drug convictions and the amount of drugs that we would have charged him with and the crimes that we would have charged him with, he would have gotten 25 to life. And that's when you're in your late 40s. That's essentially a life sentence.
Is that true?
No. When Dirt Rock, he brought a bird, and he bought some PCP from me. I would have pleaded guilty in the first court appearance. I would have got me like 10 to 20 years.
Okay.
The other dudes that stood up and said, "Man, we got you on several murders. You're not every motherfucker. It's over, bitch. You know our conviction rate is 98%.
Defense.
Yeah. So they showed me the first day they pulled out a thing. It showed me a little bit. So it was right before the holidays. He said, "Enjoy your holidays. Come back here on the 9th of January and let us know your decision, what you want to do." But they was talking about, we want you to do the, what's that dude name? That Denzel played? Frank Lookin. We want you to do the Frank Lookin. So that morning, on the 9th, I said, "Motherfucker, let me tell you something. I'm not gonna sell out none of my peers or none of that shit. I'm gonna tell you what the fuck I did, and I know what you want." They're like, "Yeah, you're right." They had already had all the evidence, dude. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said no motherfucking thing. They already knew everything. Because while I was in jail in 98, 99, they kept coming up there. They were showing me that they had me because they put a position where we were sitting in the cars. You know what I'm saying? They kept on showing me. And they was telling me that your friend Corey is telling on you. I'm like, damn, it really hurt it, you know what I'm saying? Because, man, it was really tight. And like, Corey is telling on you, dude. C-Ray, yeah.
C-Ray. Yeah. Well, you got offered a deal where if you cooperate with Greg Kading and answer all his questions, that whatever you say can't be used to prosecute you.
Exactly.
It's a proffer agreement?
Yeah, proffer, yeah. And they offered me a deal, yeah, that deal. And I didn't know they was gonna have a tape recording, and they said there was no tape recording.
Right, well, I interviewed Greg Kading about it. He said that
that's some bullshit.
He had a hidden tape recorder.
He probably was unaware of the fact that it was being.
Oh, so there wasn't a tape recorder right there when, it was like a hidden recorder?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
So he was being secretly recorded by the police while giving his confession?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's legal?
Oh, absolutely. All day long.
All day long.
Yeah, when you go into a police interview room, you better expect that there's a recording going on. You're not going to see the recorder, but it's.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's how it's done these days.
Watch any crime documentary, and you're sitting there watching videotape of a guy being interviewed, and that guy doesn't necessarily know that there's a videotape on.
Okay. Was he videotaped or just audio recorded?
Just audio recorded. Yeah, because we did it wasn't at the police station. We actually did the interviews at his lawyer's office.
And you guys just had tape recorders on you? I mean, recording
Yeah,
on you?
small little concealable recorders.
Got it. Mm-hmm. Well, all the stuff that you said on tape, and I've listened to all the tapes, you said that not one person went to jail behind it.
Exactly.
You also said that you saved a lot of motherfuckers from going to jail for extremely long sentences with your cooperation.
Yeah.
At the time that you gave these statements to Kading, Orlando was dead.
Yeah. I was only, Good.
And two other people in the car had passed as well, right?
Yeah.
But one person was still alive.
Yeah.
Who was that?
They had jammed him up too, though, before me.
Okay, and who was the last person who was living at that point?
I ain't gonna say no name.
Okay, fine. Okay. But based on everything that you said, that person never got convicted.
No, well, nobody gonna go to jail.
Nobody got convicted.
Yeah. Because that was a proffer, and that shit was never supposed to come out ever in life. Never in life. That's why they deal them type of deals, because you can get somebody killed with this type of shit, you know?
Well, you go in and give these statements, and they drop all the charges against you.
Yeah. They shredded the indictment It wasn't just against me, it was against the whole, everybody that I ever dealt with.
So everybody involved in that case got all their charges dropped.
Yeah, they shredded the indictment. So if they gave me a deal, I could fucking refuse, dude.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, they wouldn't have got a fucking thing out of me.
Some years later, though, Greg Kading ended up taking these tapes.
Stole, yeah.
Yeah, he essentially took them. You know,
Yeah,
he didn't own those tapes
at all.
Right. He took them from his job.
Yeah,
There's an LA Weekly article where they referenced those tapes
yeah,
and put your name in it.
yeah.
When that happened, what was the effect to Keefe D?
What was it affecting me?
Yeah.
Shit. They already they threatened the shit out of me. They said if they even hear I'm selling anything, you know what I'm saying? The people downtown, the special, what's it called, major crime unit from downtown.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna say his name because the mother dick might get hard and want to get me again. But he said if he even think I'm selling dope, he's gonna, you know what I'm saying? Come wear my ass out.
Well, how did
I quit.
Okay.
Period.
Well, how did your family members as well as other Southside Crips react to that?
Well, I didn't even feel their what's the name? I didn't feel the temperature of them. I wasn't worried about them no way. Fuck them.
You weren't living in Compton at the time.
Nah, but my family live out there. I still go over. Brendan said I don't go over there. Go over there any damn day. I goddamn ready to go over there.
Well, he may be keeping a low profile. You know, 'cause I
Yeah.
heard some people weren't too happy about his interview from the neighborhood. So
Yeah.
You don't go over there. You scared to go. Friends just say I go over there anytime I'm ready.
You know, in that life, there's very strict codes
Yeah,
about snitching.
exactly.
Some people consider this snitching.
Yeah,
Other people don't consider it snitching.
yeah,
You know, for example, when I brought this story up to Big U,
yeah,
and I brought up, you know, in the recording, you had mentioned that Orlando did the shooting, and when I mentioned that Orlando was dead, Big U was like, oh, well, whatever then. Did you hear the Keefe D confession?
Mm-mm.
You didn't hear Keefe D?
Is that the bodyguard?
No, Keefe D was Orlando Anderson's uncle.
Would he confess to killing Tupac?
Well, he confessed that Orlando killed Tupac.
Oh,
You want to hear it?
no.
Okay. He was given a deal, and this was
Keefe D was?
yeah, Keefe D.
Oh, so he snitched. No, I don't want to hear shit.
Yeah. So the deal essentially was they had caught him with a bunch of PCP, and they allowed him to say what he knew about Tupac's murder in exchange for them dropping all those charges. And the way the deal was set up, whatever he said, as long as it wasn't proven to be false, it couldn't be used against him directly to indict him. And at the time, essentially everyone outside of him was dead. That was in that car.
Oh,
Orlando was already dead at the time,
oh.
Everyone else in the car.
So he told him a dead man.
essentially.
Oh, different.
Yeah, Orlando had
Yeah,
already
you can let me hear it then.
Okay.
Yeah, he was talking to Dick. Okay, what you gonna go dig him up and put him on trial?
yeah,
You saw that interview, right?
yes, I seen it.
But when it comes to this type of thing, it's not like it's written in stone. Everyone has their own interpretation of it.
Yeah,
So some people do consider it snitching.
exactly.
For the people that consider it snitching, what's your response to that?
They can either dig up, and I don't care. If they got a problem with me, bring it. You know what I'm saying?
Have you ever had anyone ever approach you over that?
Never,
Never.
never, never.
Do you feel?
I felt fucked up for a long ass time because that wasn't me. And ultimately, I saved myself. I ain't gonna say everybody else, I saved my fucking self. They offered me a deal I couldn't refuse. They was gonna put my family on the street, take my house, my freedom. They was gonna rape me. You know what I'm saying? They was gonna rape me for my freedom, for everything I fucking own, dude. All they did was gave me a big threatening letter. Like, motherfucker, play with me if you want to. You be our friend, or we can be your worst nightmare. You know what I'm saying? And they showed me, I wouldn't have told them shit, but they showed me all the evidence, dude. They have my ass by the ball. And they don't come unless they got you.
Right. And the way Greg Kading explained it to me was that, so he went and met with you at the U.S. Attorney's Office. And was there a deal that you offered him at that point?
It's not a deal, it's an agreement. It's known as a proffer agreement. And he's given the opportunity through a agreement between his attorney and the United States attorney to evaluate whether or not it's in his best interest to cooperate. And so that was the arrangement, that he would sit down and tell us everything we wanted to know about anything we asked, and that he had to be entirely truthful, or else he would be charged, not only for the drug crimes, but for potentially his own confession.
They already knew everything, dude.
They knew everything.
Before I even got there. They had all my friends, man. Everybody that was around me, they knew everything. You know what I'm saying? And they showed me where, man, a whole lot of people was going to jail.
Right. And you said that the worst part about this whole story is that, you know, the people that ended up churning on you were some of your closest friends, and some were even family members.
Yeah. I was kind of fucked up.
You fast forward to 2019. These tapes have been released. Not all of them, but some of them. Movies have been made.
Yeah.
Greg Kading made Murder Rap. And then the Tupac and Biggie movie, Unsolved came out.
Yeah.
And you were actually in it. I mean, a character that was playing you was in it.
And he made all the money off. They didn't give my rights or nothing.
When it showed your scene in Unsolved, is that pretty much how it happened?
All that shit was a lie. You think I'm gonna pull up? Yo, looking for me? I never dressed like that.
Okay.
I was making millions of dollars. What I look like, dressed like a game, it was sagging. You know what I'm saying? I was wearing suits, crop, $4,000 crops, all that shit. I wasn't looking like no tramp like that. Then he said he came up to the oil refinery at the job. There was a whole lot of lies in there.
Okay. I mean, he also told me that at one point he approached you and told you he's putting out the tapes. And you said, go ahead. You actually tell Keefe D, you meet with Keefe D and say, I'm about to release these tapes.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yeah, but, so before, right when I was publishing the book, I didn't tell him I was going to come out with the tapes. I just told him I was publishing a book based on the investigation, including his confession. And so I tell him that. We're sitting in my truck. We're down in front of his house in Corona, California. I was like, here's the deal, Keefe D. You know, I'm retired. I'm going to release a book. It's going to detail everything that happened in the investigation, including what you had to say. I just want to give you a heads up, because who knows, you know, what the consequences of all this will be. And he says, hey, bring it on. I'm a gangster. I can deal with this shit.
I didn't tell him to go ahead.
No?
I never told him that.
What'd you say?
He came over there and said he put out a book. Do you want to move? Do I want to move? And they say, you know, the book hit the thing. Then the real FBI came and said, they offered me, do I want to move and stuff like that. I was like, no, I'm not worried about that shit. Yeah.
Okay. Now that all that stuff
I'm not going to let nobody harm me.
Right.
You know, so I'm going to protect myself to the fullest.
Yeah.
And I'm still that same motherfucker.
I mean, now that all this stuff has come out, and now documentaries, movies, all these interviews, everything else like that, how do you feel about the whole thing?
I felt he robbed me for my story. He full of shit. Man, that's some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And see, like, people scared to take the case. I offer at least 3-4 lawyers to try to help me out and get this motherfucker, because the shit is wrong. Because the FBI said sue. You know what I'm saying? You need to sue.
Oh, the FBI told you should sue Greg Kading.
I should sue, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's gonna be expensive.
They said sue everybody involved.
It's gonna be expensive. You know how lawsuits are.
They told me to sue everybody involved. And you know, I just try to kick this shit under the rug, but he keep coming. It's bullshit.
You said in the book, at this point in my life, I can say that I have a deep sense of remorse for what happened to Tupac. He was a talented artist with tons of potential to impact the world. I hate that Tupac's family, friends, and fans, especially his mother, Afeni Shakur, had to go through the pain of losing her son. It's terrible losing people like that. I know that pain too well. However, I stand firm on the point that Tupac, Suge Knight, and the rest of those dudes didn't have any business putting their hands on my beloved nephew, Baby Lane, period. Then jumping on my nephew gave us the ultimate green light to do something to their ass.
Exactly.
So you have a sense of remorse for what happened to Tupac?
Yeah. I got a sense of remorse that happened to any brother. You know what I'm saying? We should stop all this bullshit with each other, black on black crimes. It's bullshit. We need to wake up our whole community.
Tupac was special though.
And he was an asshole too. He shot a couple of cops. You know what I'm saying?
Protecting a black kid that was getting beat up by those cops.
Okay. Well, he shot a couple of cops. We ain't ever shot a couple of cops. You know what I'm saying? He did some shit now.
You still see his music, 25 years later, people still love his music. His music is still being played in the clubs and on the radio and on people's playlists.
Yeah.
The message of upliftment, for black people is still rings very true and still very much needed. He talked about black presidents way before it ever happened.
But he put himself in that position. He did that.
There is...
People make mistakes. I understand that.
And I've talked to different people about this. I've talked to the Outlaws, and I've also, I've talked to Mob James and some of the other guys. And people look at it differently. Some people say that he died gangbanging. Some people say he died just standing up for his homies. If you connect the fight at the MGM to the shooting that happened right afterwards, you could say that Tupac died gangbanging because that situation with Orlando was a gang situation. And Pac wasn't a blood, wasn't, he was rolling with Suge and he was associated with it. You see what I'm saying?
That's like us. We're not Crips or Bloods, but we could call 50 niggas up here and half of them be Crips, half of them be Bloods. You know what I'm saying? And these is all my homies that I'm a ride with. You know what I'm saying? It's the same situation. You know what I mean? Pac was riding with him. You know what I mean? Just like they was riding with him. You know what I mean? If some shit kicked off, niggas would have been the first to ride for Pac. And he was the same way. He was riding with his homies, whoever it was. He could have been with, whoever that day. You know what I'm saying?
And to break it down even more simpler, me and you become good homies, and you get into a situation, and I defend you as a homie.
Yeah.
Take the gangbanging shit away. Yeah. Because you not a gangbanger, I'm not a gangbanger. You know what I'm saying? But you own Vlad TV. You know what I'm saying? And niggas is on your heels, and I ride for you.
Yeah.
Did I die for Vlad TV? You know what I mean? Did I die a reporter? Did I die, you know what I mean, a journalist?
Would you say that Tupac died gangbanging?
No, I think Tupac died because he put himself in a situation that he had no business. Tupac didn't have no business doing what he was doing.
Which was a gang situation.
Which was a gang situation. He shouldn't have put himself in that situation.
But do you see what I'm saying, though? You put yourself in a gang situation, so aren't you gang banging at that point?
You got hang-arounds. I'm guilty by association. And that's what he was. He was guilty by association. Now, I'm not gonna play the part just to fit in. You got money. And just like I said before, you can't go buy another Tupac. You know what I'm saying? You can't go buy another one of them. You got 15 Bloods right here that this is what we getting our little change for. So this is Crip in Compton. We all Pirus from Compton. Go get his ass for what he did. Tupac, you sit right here in this chair. You my money. Don't let him run off and go hit somebody he don't know nothing about. And that's why the man is not here.
you could definitely say that being around Suge and the
It was a bad
Pyrus
influence.
rubbed off on him. You know, he had mob tattooed on his
But
arm.
he, to me, he's a set jumper. He, New York, Baltimore, Oakland, L.A., Compton. God damn, how many tats you gonna put on you?
He never had a home base. He jumped around a lot. That's very true.
How many tats, you see what I'm saying? How many tats you gonna put on you? That's a set jumper. You know what I'm saying? You don't think so?
He moved around a lot.
Yeah, okay.
You know, he never had a home base like a Nipsey Hussle, who was, you know, rolling 60s his whole life.
Yeah.
You know, but people still consider him the greatest rapper of all time. Would you agree?
Of all time, that boy Drake, that Drake hard right now.
You for Drake over Tupac?
Drake is hard than motherfucker. Yeah, he hard right now. Drake number one right now.
But Drake doesn't have that social message that Tupac had.
You right. He got people writing for him.
True.
Yeah.
Tupac wrote all his own stuff.
That motherfucker, he hard. You got to give him props, man.
He
That
is tough.
motherfucker
Yeah,
sell that motherfucker.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he sang and rap. He's hard. You know what I'm saying? To be a pretty boy like that, yeah, I've got him number one.
Okay.
Jigga, Tupac, Big. Them the top four, yeah. Yeah. Don't you think so?
I still put Tupac as number one.
That's your favorite.
Yeah, I'll still put Tupac as number one.
Yeah.
Just like in reggae, I would put Bob Marley as number one.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
Because I felt like it's one thing to be an artist, but once you have a message, it takes you to a different place. Because the struggle is felt around the world.
I just want to put this out to my peoples. We need to come together as blacks, stand together, build a foundation and stop gang banging against each other, stop destroying each other's life. You know what I'm saying? And uplift each other.
I mean, do you still consider yourself a Southside Crip?
That's gonna always be in my heart. Yeah, that's gonna always be in my heart. That's where I'm from. We like a family. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna always be here.
You have children and grandchildren.
Yes.
Do they bang?
No.
At all?
I'm not. No. My grandkids, they playing football. They're gonna be some. They pretty good athletes too.
Yeah.
Big boys.
But you made sure that your kids didn't follow your footsteps.
That's right. Should nobody want that for none of their kids.
Yeah.
I wish that shit had never started. You know what I'm saying? Between that and the drugs, tore our community down. But I see, the last time I went to the pen, 2015, the new generation is not going to the pen no more. And that's a good positive thing I can say about our community.
Okay.
When the bus loads come, it'll be 35 Mexicans, 5 brothers, 5 whites. Back when I first went, it used to be fucking 40 brothers, 5 Mexicans, and 2 whites. It didn't change, so
it's changing.
I see our people getting smart and stop committing crimes, want to make something out of themselves. Yeah, and that's good for our community.
Well, you look at your own life, and gang banging is romanticized.
Yeah.
It's always been romanticized.
Yeah.
I don't care if
fun.
it doesn't have to be black. It could be the mafia, all the mafia movies.
Yeah, all that.
It could be the Asian gangs,
Yeah.
the black
IRA.
gangs.
They was the hardest motherfucker.
Yeah,
IRA,
the Republican, yeah.
The ones over there in England.
Yeah, the Irish Republican Army.
Yeah, they was a
There's
motherfucker.
always going to be gangs and outlaws, from Billy the Kid to whoever else, are always going to be romanticized and glamorized. But here you are, and how old are you now?
I'm 56.
56 years old. You made millions of dollars.
Yeah.
But you didn't get to keep millions of dollars.
You're right.
You lived life by your own rules, but you also did all this prison time. Like, how much prison time did you do altogether if you had it all up?
Maybe about 15 years.
15 years.
It ain't worth it.
More than a quarter of your life was spent in a cage.
I was at UCLA, in my calculus class, my teacher, my professor used to use my paper as a key. So I could have been somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
if you chose a different route.
Yes, you're right.
And you know, kids in the hood, they
I'm
want to
just
be.
brought up in my environment, dude.
People want to be OGs. They want to be a shot caller.
Yeah.
But here you are, 55 years old, and you're not promoting that anymore.
No, because it ain't good. All they do is they'll lead to the graveyard, cause harm on our community, and heartaches for our loved ones. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
When you found out about Suge, when he ran over Terry Carter, and after a couple of years, he ultimately took a 28-year plea deal. How did, with your history with Suge, how did you feel about that?
I'm like, damn. Because I had seen him a couple of times since the Vegas incident.
Oh, really?
I seen him at the basketball game. It was New Jersey Nets against the Lakers. Jason Kidd them.
Mm-hmm.
I seen him when I first got out of the feds. Seen him then. Then I seen him at the Lil Wayne video shoot with Game and Lil Wayne at that graveyard. Yeah, I seen him a couple of times. We talked, he was cool, Yeah.
There was no animosity, nothing?
No. He had just got knocked out on that over that one at that graveyard when I seen him in a gold Cadillac truck. Well, no animosity, no. No, he just said, man. He said some shit. He's like, man, seem like all my homies rolled over. Your homies stayed strong, but he didn't know that the FBI was attacking my homies like that.
A lot of people died at death row.
Yeah.
A lot of Bloods.
Yeah, they did.
Killed each other.
Yeah.
When I interviewed Mob James, we talked about that, including his brother Buntry, that was killed by a Blood. So the situation with Buntry, you said that George killed him?
Yeah.
And George was a Pyru also?
Yeah.
Okay. He got stabbed?
Who?
Your brother.
No, he was shot 9 times. Alton wasn't the first that was killed under Suge Night Watch. And this is where everybody is, Buntry, it's just Buntry dead. You got Vincent, you got Heron, you got Hendo, you got Chin, I can just name them.
I guess it was 10 or 11 people?
Yeah, you got all of these guys up under...
10 or 11 Pyrus were killed associating with death row.
Yeah.
By other members?
By the same members that's in death row. I know the dude.
Yeah.
Rod Bluebird.
Yeah, he was killed by a dude named George. This is what Buntry said. What Bob James said.
George from Ludus Park.
So much death on both sides. And, you look at, the one thing that Bob James said is that when you look at all the Bloods that went over to death row, put in work, beat people up, people allegedly got killed, people got tortured, people had to drink piss, people got intimidated. All these people ultimately, at the end of the day, had nothing to show for it. They either ended up dead, broke, or in prison.
We ain't got $1 million there. We ain't got $1,000. We ain't got not one man prospered from that. Not one. Everybody is back where they at. And when I say that, a lot of people get me twisted and saying that I'm bitching about what we got paid or where we at. Take your licks. I take my licks. I'm the first one to admit that if I can do this again, I'd get paid. And everybody else would be getting paid. But everybody knew what the outcome of this was gonna be pretty much, because when Suge went to jail, Suge took back everything. He didn't want nobody to drive, he didn't want nobody to live.
So all the cars were basically leased under death row?
Yeah.
And then when he went to jail, he took everyone's cars
Park.
back.
Yeah.
And now, what Reggie Wright pointed out, you can include Suge
yeah.
in that group of people as well. Well, I mean, according to Mob James, at the end of the day, all these guys that worked for Death Row, who put in work, who beat people up, who intimidated people, who shook people down, who did everything that Suge wanted them to do, all walked away with nothing.
Correct. Suge as well.
And Suge as well. Yeah, didn't even think about it that way. I mean, you kind of put a full circle there. You know, Dr. Dre was the only one that really walked away.
Snoop's still a household name.
That's true. Yeah. He's now getting 28 years.
It's
He's
over.
gonna get out. He's broke. He couldn't pay his own.
He did, really?
He couldn't pay his own
28
bail.
years and he's 54.
He's gonna get out at like 80 years old.
Yeah. Average American lived to like 76. You're dead. It don't add up. Yeah.
You know, you look at all the potential and all the hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah.
I mean, Dre and Snoop are still cool, but all the people involved on the street level, they all walked away with nothing.
Yeah. Exactly.
And you look at your situation on the Southside Crip side, and you pretty much have the same situation, don't you?
Yeah. Well, because of the people downtown. They didn't let up. I swear to God. People saying, well, they didn't care about Tupac. Yes, the fuck they did. Cause I'm ready to live with him. That dude followed me around for 15 years, dude. Wasn't playing. He didn't let up. That's all I can tell you. You know what I'm saying? And he told me he was gonna get me. You know what I'm saying? I'll get your ass.
Why do you think that ultimately Tupac's murder never got solved? No one ever got convicted. No one ever got charged. It's still an open case, as well as Biggie's murder.
People would understand that they wasn't talking. And they wasn't talking till late, you know what I'm saying? My homies didn't talk till later. Yeah.
But I'd also heard that Vegas didn't want that solved. Ultimately, at the time that it happened, Vegas was trying to market itself as family friendly.
Have you read the murder book?
I didn't read the book. I saw that.
13,000 people said they killed him. They did.
Really?
Yeah. Yep. In the murder book, yeah, there's like 13,000 people, all kind of people call every day, I killed Tupac. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. They showed me some of the quotes in the book. Like, damn, look at this, Keepy. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn. Well, yeah, they pulled it. My FBI file was this high. I'm like, damn, all that's behind me. They like, yeah. Like, fuck. So, yeah, they was on my ass a long ass time. And they was on Suge ass long ass time.
Yeah. Do you ever worry that they'll try to bring that case up again and charge you with something?
I don't think they can do that because the U.S. attorney gave me that deal.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I think they're a little bit bigger than a state case or a fucking county case. U.S. attorney.
Yeah. Well, Keefy D, appreciate you coming in, telling your story.
Okay. I sure been wanting to do it, man. You been asking. You didn't ask everybody in their mama about me, a rap band, every motherfucking body.
Right.
Yeah.
I have.
The last 4 or 5 years.
I have. I've been putting it out publicly.
Yeah.
And you and I have been talking about doing this for a while.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
And, you know, you were very forthright in answering everything. You know, there's certain things you didn't want to talk about, but you essentially answered most of the questions. I think this is kind of the last piece of the puzzle that I've been putting together for a long time, because there's always conspiracy theories that Suge, you know, Suge had Tupac killed, which was ridiculous.
Yeah,
I've always found that, or the government did it, or
I just don't like how he had his friends, his police friends, they was gangsters, police, turning us into the FBI. That was just bullshit. That's wrong. It's wrong as hell.
Well, ultimately, you know, for example,
I'm talking about the Compton police.
Yeah.
That's wrong. Dude, took the case to the people downtown. They sick that dude on me, man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I remember when I talked to Freeway Ricky, And when he got life in prison,
Yeah.
he said the one thing that he realized, after being angry and so forth, once that anger subsided, is that he realized that when it comes to the drug game, snitching is always going to be part of it.
See, the way I look at it is, first of all, I made the mistake of getting in the drug business. That was my first mistake.
Mm-hmm.
My next mistake was I went back into the drug business as I said I quit.
Yeah.
So what he did is he only did what people do in the drug business. They tell. They set you up. And for somebody to go into the drug business and not understand that, which I was in the drug business and didn't understand it, but I came to grips with it.
Yes, it is.
You may think that you have a solid crew, that everyone's going to remain silent, that everyone's going to hold strong and they're going to do their time and hold their tongues, but ultimately people will tell on each other. So if you get into selling drugs, you have to accept that this is going to eventually happen.
Yeah, the FBI really ain't got to do their job. They can just get your homies. You know what I'm saying? Shit. They get your homies, man. That's how they do.
And you are a victim of that as well.
Exactly.
If you could say victim, but your homies told on you, your family members told on you. You spent a quarter of your life in prison over people telling.
Exactly.
And we don't try to glamorize this drug dealing shit.
Yeah.
I want everyone to get, legitimate jobs.
Yeah, exactly.
And
it's best to stay out of this shit.
Yeah.
And all you're doing is harming your community, harming your people. You make other people commit more crimes to get your drugs. Yeah, so yeah. And you taking, you fucking up kids' lives.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Keefe D, I appreciate you coming in and telling your story.
Yeah, and I quit for the last 10 years, man. I ain't did that shit. I'm done. Never do that.
You wrote a book, and a few seconds of an interview that you did showed up on what movie was it? What show was it? BET. Death Row Chronicles. But this is the first time you've actually sat down and told your whole story. How do you feel now that you've let all that out?
I feel relieved. A lot of people, they know what they did, and they, they hide up under it. They throw rocks, hide their hands. You know what I'm saying? Living a life of lies. I'm the real man. You know what I'm saying? It happened to me, and they gave me a deal. I took it. And I figured 98% of the people would have did the same thing I did. They keep on saying,
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
I couldn't beat that. I'm still here, got my freedom, my health. If I would have went in there with this cancer, they got quacks up in that fucking place. I would have died. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, I'm here. And
well, I think that it's a very important lesson.
Yeah.
Whether you agree with what Keefe D did, whether you disagree, whether you put him on a pedestal or you condemn him, at the end of the day, the Keefe D story is a very important lesson that involves some people that the whole world knows about.
Oh, exactly.
And, you should walk away from this story learning something and altering a path that may lead to your destruction.
That's right. And youngsters, stop this game, man. You get in this music industry, get the millions of dollars, and you guys doing it backwards. We the originators of this shit, homie. We do this shit to get out of this shit. We don't get $1 million to get into the shit. You guys are doing it backwards, kids. You need to stop this shit like 6ix9ine, fucking Chris Brown, or fucking Soldier Boy. All you do is just doing this shit backwards. Shit ain't right. Just, do that shit for the birds, homie. Yeah.
That's what it is, Keefe D. Appreciate you coming in.
All right, for sure.
Mm-hmm. How ironic. Doing it backwards, huh?
serious because this is accusing someone of murder for hire. 50 and Diddy's history goes way back in 1999 when he was signed to Columbia. He was doing some writing for Diddy's artists. After he got shot, he went back and did some writing some more for Diddy's artists. But ultimately, Diddy never wanted to sign 50. 50 was just too much gangsta at the time, too much stuff going on that, Diddy kind of moved on. Then 50, of course, blew up. And then so on and so forth. Diddy and 50 would have back and forths together. That's a beef that I never deep dived into, which I probably will in the future. I'll make a documentary, 50 versus Diddy, what really happened. These two have been known to go back and forth. 50 would troll Diddy a lot, especially when he had his own vodka, effing vodka at the time. He would call Diddy Ciroc puffy juice and say that he was beating it all the time and sales and all this stuff. And 50 threw some recent jabs at Diddy, joking around about his all-white party where, he was like, it looks a little suspect, and I don't know if I want to be around, a bunch of men like that, and, just joking around about his sexual orientation, let's say that.
That's why I don't be going to the puffy parties. They can hug you from the front and the back of the seat now. What are you talking about? Look, if you into that, I'm fine with it. To get your own. I'm just saying to see my motherfucking counterpart. I'm like, it's uncomfortable. I think I belong in the girls' bathroom. And shit like that is going on.
I hate when they leave me to talk because I always see the wrong thing. I was like, last time they left me, I said something about puffing. So that yeah. I gotta stop doing that kind of shit. I've been talking to a therapist trying to help me with the shit I'm saying. I say crazy shit. Oh wait, maybe I said that shit about puffing because he got Tupac killed.
But today he decided to joke around and somewhat be serious, I think, about something that is very serious. That is the allegations that Diddy allegedly hired someone to murder Tupac. And the story of Diddy allegedly hiring someone to get at Tupac is a story that's mixed up with a lot of different sides of stories, from Keefy D to Diddy's bodyguard G Deal to Zip, the one that allegedly got paid. There's so many different styles of stories that come out when it relates to this. But ultimately, even Greg Kading, the investigator, said there was no way to ultimately tie Diddy to that actual hit. So there isn't no clear connection. And that's something that I'm going to explore in my Diddy documentary called Diddy, the $1 million hit. I'm working on the documentary right now. So I've been looking at a lot of different stories, a lot of different theories. And that's the rumor that's always gone around, that Diddy did something to Tupac. And there is some solid evidence and there is some, conspiracy theories that are going around. So it's a mixture, of things. But 50 decided to play on that because that's been the hot topic after Keefy D, got arrested. And he posted on his Instagram the last photo of Tupac alive, which is him in that BMW, and then Suge's about to get driving. And in the caption, he said this: "Damn, so Pac got lined by Brother Love. Brother Love is quote-unquote Diddy's new name." And then he said, "LOL, time to lawyer up. Shit might get sticky." And that brought insane attention, and Diddy, even an hour later, decided to respond. On his Instagram, he posted the music video of the More Money, More Problems video, and in there he's dancing around with Mace in those shiny suits. And in the caption, he said this, an hour after 50 posted what he posted. He said, "Happy Monday morning, people. There's a lot of hate in the world. Let's choose love today. Monday morning mood." And, people were like, you're referring to 50, you're responding to 50. And now all these stories are coming up back again. And more people are revealing things. And I'm sure Keefy D is going to probably say a lot more now that he's locked up. He's going to try to be in a situation that he can get out of. Suge Knight has alluded to the fact that Diddy probably put a hit on them. And there's been a lot of gang stories and behind the scenes things that, that prove that Diddy did something. There was actually $1 million check in the pocket of Zip. And if you look at this photo, this is Diddy and Zip. And in this photo, Zip was someone known to be, someone who moved very heavy out in Compton and just in Los Angeles in general. So they were was stories that, Zip had $1 million check in his pocket. So clearly the theory is out there and there's proof in certain type of things, but there isn't, so far, based on my research, there isn't clear-cut evidence that ties the two together. There's a lot of stories that make sense, and that if there was proof of a lot of these things that you could tie them together, you could then, accuse Diddy of what he did. 50 is no stranger to getting money put on his head. As you guys know, if you watch my 50 versus Ja Rule documentary, you know that Supreme is someone that put allegedly $50,000 on his head and tried to get him killed. And 50, of course, survived that and became one of the biggest artists in the world. And he's very familiar with that in his own hood of Queens. He knows that putting just $5 grand on somebody's head can get him killed. He's mentioned it in quite a few interviews. And he's more aware of these type of situations than the average person. Even Eminem, trollingly said in the Kill Shot song, I put the hit out of the dock, I got Pac killed, whatever the bars are on that. So, yeah, it's been something that's been floating around for a minute now, and I'm glad I'm doing a documentary on it. I'm looking into it, I'm learning a lot, and I'm gonna put the pieces together and just kind of let you guys decide on what you guys think if it's true or not, because there are people that don't believe it. There's people that believe that, there's so many conspiracy theories related to this Pac murder. And there's people that believe that Suge Knight did it. There's people that believe Diddy did it. There's people that believe that he's not dead. He's in Cuba. Whatever the case may be, a lot of stories that float around. This is, we're talking nearly 30 years ago. So there's going to be a lot of different theories, a lot of different things. But the Diddy one is very interesting. And based on my research so far, I can see how it can be true. And let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Do you guys think Diddy had something to do with Pac's murder? If so, why? If not, why? And if not Diddy, who else do you think had something to do with it? Was it Suge Knight? Was it the LAPD? Was it Las Vegas PD? Was it the FBI? Was it some crazy theory that Pac wanted to disappear and go to Cuba? Whatever, leave a comment below. I want to know what you guys think. That's it for today's video. If you guys want to support
That's it for today's video. Hey, peace. Stay safe, stay smart, stay up. Catch you on the next one.